Well, very good morning, ladies, gents, teddy bears from Bonner County. Welcome to RAF Coningsby. How we doing, Ted HQ? And hope you're all feeling well from yesterday's A10 Fest. Our romantic session at Lake Heneath with the moon there, a moonlit night with A10s. I mean, you can't get more romantic than that, eh? Hope you're all good, ladies and teddy bears. Hope you're all feeling well. Welcome, my name's Nick Austin, your cameraman, historian and commentator, and you're tuned in once again to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby, where it all began pretty much for the Ted Coningsby channel, where Ted got his name. He was bear-tized. I like that one, bear-tized. That is the new word for the day, bear-tized. To give a bear a name. There you go. So you can add that to your Ted Coningsby vocab. To bear-tize a bear. To give a teddy bear a name. There you go. So anyway, back to Coningsby. How are we doing? And speaking of teddy bears, I've got our squadron leader Ted Coningsby with me as well. Welcome to the show. Ted's feeling very, very excited. Welcome, and here's squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Ted, how you doing, mate? You good? Ted's excited. He's our last day of March. Wow! So, what an exciting day! And tomorrow is the birthday of the Royal Air Force, the 1st of April of 1918. Wow! Check that out, eh? According to my maths, that would make the Royal Air Force 118 years, right? Amazing. So the Royal Air Force 118 years tomorrow. You know the rest, the RAF march past. Welcome to RAF Coningsby, home of the Typhoon, and of course 5 Typhoon squadrons, along with 2 display teams, the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight and the Royal Air Force Typhoon display team. The 5 squadrons give a good mix of what goes on, and of course with the role itself of the station functioning as a quick reaction alert station, this is quite the base and place. A quick reaction alert station involves 24/7, 365. No matter what day, whether it's your birthday, happy birthday to Jenny B, or it's a public holiday, Christmas, Easter, whichever, there are men and women ready to scramble, along with their ground crew as well, to make sure that the aircraft are taxied out and, of course, combat ready. There's our startups. And I'll be giving you a little tour of the history and the Typhoon itself, how it got its name, and a few others. Today I think we're going to concentrate on the Mosquito, which served here as well. to the lady. I am ready if you want that photo before everything starts. There was a lady just wanted a photo with myself and Ted. I am ready if you want to do that. Goodness me, looking at the weather on Friday, looks absolutely horrendous. You can hear the startups there. Lovely. That's the EJ200 engines producing 20,000 pounds of thrust in each engine with afterburner. Although the correct terminology for this would be the reheats. Reheats and afterburners are the same thing, depending on the Air Force, depending on the country. They are and mean oi oi. They mean the same thing. So in the Royal Air Force, they're reheats for this aircraft as well. And if you just joined us, don't forget to hit the like button, give us a thumbs up, let's get this stream going. And yes, so mentioned about QRA, Quick Reaction Alert Station. There are two in Britain, one here. This is QRA Station number 2, south, and there's one in the north, in Scotland. Ah, you got my message, excellent. Yes, good timing. No worries, I thought, how am I going to get hold of you? I know. There you go. Sorry about that. Thanks, appreciate it. I just needed a lot of traffic today. There we go. So QRA Station number 1 north in Lossiemouth in Scotland, and there is a third, and that's all the way out in the British Islands of the Falklands to RAF Mount Pleasant. With 1435 flight with their named Typhoons. You'll notice a letter on each tail. So the letter C for charity, H for hope, F for faith, and there's also D for Delta for desperation. Now these were named after a flight in Malta with the Gloucester Gladiators, a very historic flight that was literally a QRA station in a way at in the island of Malta. So yeah, for those wondering about Friday, I'll keep my radar app in check just in case the weather changes, but at this stage it's not looking great, looking a bit damp. There will be no stream on Bank Holiday Monday for your advance. Thanks to those who've been supporting the channel through and through. Some lovely regulars that constantly supporting the channel. A big thank you to you all. So for those that were tuned in yesterday, and it's always a marvel to see some stats, like some really fantastic facts, you know, when you start to look at other aircraft and their dimensions, and it's always fascinating to see as well. We were speaking about height. Someone asked about, you know, how high is the F-22, and although the F-22 sits quite low, it's actually, you know, with the F-35s that we do see, the F-35 is actually quite a, shall we say, not as tall. Not that it matters, but the Typhoon, of all the aircraft that we see, is, as in the fighters that we see here in the UK, I have included the F-16 as well as the F-22, but the F-15E is the taller one of all of them that we see here in the UK at 5.64 meters. That is fighter jets, by the way, not all the other heavies and stuff. And the Typhoon sits in second place height-wise at 5.28 meters, and in third is the F-22, but it does sit quite low, but it is with 5.08 meters. It's quite amazing when you start to compare aircraft like that. It really is. And when you start to compare the compression ratios, bypass ratios, the power output, it does become quite fascinating when you look at it like that. So welcome, ladies, gents and teddy bears, to the bomber county, and it's never had any fighter aircraft, fighter planes of World War II here. It was destined for Bomber Command, with number 5 group of Bomber Command. But even the concept of bombardment was something of a thinking of combat and battlefield scenarios of the man, you may know him as Julio Duhet, who's looking at a third dimension, a different dimension of the concept of aerial bombing. If you think about it from naval battles in history, the Spanish Armada, you know, Nelson and you know, Napoleon, and you know, even when you start to go to Carthage and Hannibal and Marathona, the Marathon, and you know, the Spartans, you know, when you start having naval battles at Athens, you know, I'm just randomly picking out certain scenarios. You know, basically aviation is very, very young. It's only, you know, 20th century. We can even go late in some ways of 20th century, but that would be lying. But even the concept of actually bombardment is quite an older fact as a use of balloons. I believe it was in the 18th century that they were using balloons to actually just manually drop bombs. But the concept of bomber command, if you look at World War I, bombing was effective but lacked performance, because you're only as good as performance of what you got. And bombing was, was literally strict to military targets, marshalling yards, that kind of thing, bridges, and of course the Treaty of Versailles and 1922 international agreements imposed to restrict and prohibit aerial bombing at one point of non-military targets. That was a fundamental change, and 1936 Bomber Command formed, as well as other commands such as Fighter Command and Coastal Command. But the problems faced was the size. As a strategic force, the rules of engagement, targets allocated to bomber command, technology, lack of radar and navigation. All these were pioneered, all these were really pioneered during the Second World War. Starting off with the Hayford bomber, as we mentioned very briefly yesterday, a huge biplane as a bomber. 1938, the introduction of the Wellington bomber with 4,500 pounds, speeds of 235 miles per hour with 2,200 miles coverage. With a service ceiling of 22,000 feet. Before that we had the Whitworth and Whitley with 7,000 pounds of bombs, but only a speed of 222 really, and 1,600 miles or so range with a good service ceiling of 2,600. But the Wellington was improving, and it was getting quicker with bigger engines and better engines. And also at the same time as the Wellington was indeed the Hampden with 4,000 pounds of bombs. It's quite a lightweight bomber with no perks, no comfort for the pilots. Blenheims in 37 as well. Groups were formed. They all meant different things. Number 1 group spent their time out in France. Number 2 group were light medium bombers. 6 group were the Royal Canadian Air Force. 8 group Pathfinders. There was also 26 and also training groups as well, 91 group and 21 group. And you may have heard of 100 group, electronic warfare. The countermeasures, electronic countermeasure equipment as well. It was amazing. But there we go. Just a quick, I'll have to do a whole bomber command session. But today I'm going to focus on the Mosquito, which was here in 44. Gary Lopton, thanks for your order, man. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. With the Mosquito on the back end of the Second World War, 109 and 139. They did switch to number 3 group with the Boeing Washington. There's a few changes, but also spoke about the Tornado as well the other day as well. There's so many lovely, tasty, delicious aircraft to talk about. But this one today, we'll be talking about the Typhoon. There are 2 types here, the T3, T for training, and we've also got this, the FGR4. Now, those letters, they do mean something. Fighter, ground attack and reconnaissance. That is the role of the aircraft. Coningsby opened on the 4th of November 1940, took its first residence in 1941 in February, and it was indeed 106 Squadron with one of the aircraft mentioned, the Hadley Page Hampden. Oh, I'll have to show you that book. Remind me to go and get that book, because it's got 106 Squadron markings on it, Zulu November, which is really exciting. The HQ for 5 Group Bomber Command wasn't too far away from here at Grantham. at St Vincent's Hall. Still there, I believe. It looks still a stunning looking building. Got a bit of a Victorian Gothic feel about it as well, actually. Malky Minty Stoddart, thank you very much as well. Gary Lockton, thank you very much. Margot Baxter, how you doing, Margot? I had to put up with my laughing fits on Sunday. Margot, how you doing? So wishing everyone a happy plane spotting today. So Squadron's 29 Squadron, the operational conversion unit. We've also got number 12 who operating here since 2020, the Joint Qatari Emiri Air Force and Royal Air Force Squadron. Also got 41 Squadron, the Test and Evaluation Squadron. What do they do? Well, they test literally the latest and greatest software, ordnance, hardware, weapon systems, and even practicing on different grounds, such as a taxi. That's right, a taxiway. We've also got number 3 and number 11 fighter squadrons. They're the combat-ready fighter squadrons that are stationed here. A lot of history of both. The oldest one here is number 3 squadron, 3 fighter squadron, who were established, or founded all the way in 1911. Here we go, our first departure of the day. You can see the curved wings. Look at that, which I believe it's called dihedral. I know, a new word. Will it be a pair's departure? Let's find out. It is indeed a pair's departure. Here we go. Departure there. That's called a pair's departure. So we've got another Typhoon at the taxi holding point, which has now been cleared to either line up and wait or clear for departure, clear for takeoff. And we've also got another Typhoon taxiing out as well. One out, one in. Go, rolling traffic, here we go. Get to see Dragon as well today. Now I wonder if they'll be practicing a flat display. A flat depends of course on the service, on the cloud base. And this would be Dragon 01, the call sign. That'll be his second 500-foot display, and he needs to do a few of those. And just to let you know a little bit of info for those that will be going to air shows and seeing flat displays. Flat displays are actually more physically demanding. Now, hear me out. Because of the cloud base being lower, the actual airspace, shall we say, for the display is actually a lot lower and tighter, which means that Tom, or any display pilot actually for that matter in a fighter jet, would actually be experiencing more Gs. They actually spend a lot more time in 9G because it's a lot of a tighter space to function at, due to the fact that the service ceiling is lower. You'll notice the Typhoon doesn't have elevators. It has 4 planes to control the angle of attack, the pitch, like that. So it uses these. These are 4 planes on the Typhoon. They work simultaneously, made out of titanium. Again, I'll give you all the details in just a sec. Hopefully we'll get to see Dragon. I'm not sure what the cloud base is at the moment, the ceiling at the minute. I'm not sure what we got at this moment in time. It's not that high, but I would imagine Tom would need probably an extra 500 foot on top of that, so let's hope that it's able to do it. But only Tom will tell. He'll know if he is going up today. Departure just coming up. I hope you all enjoyed yesterday's A10 show yesterday. Very romantic, wasn't it? And of course, good evening, good afternoon, good day, good morning, wherever you're watching from in the world. Welcome to Ted's home, RAF Coningsby in Lincolnshire, Ted County. And of course, a big shout out to number 17 Coningsby Air Training Corps, the Air Cadets of Coningsby, number 17. 17 Squadron. They're still active today. They're the Test and Evaluation Squadron for the F-35B. They were the first to bring the Typhoon here on May the 19th, 2005. Big shout out to the ground crew there, armourers, lineys, engineers, technicians, mechanics, the fairies, computer geeks, yep, that's that lovingly called as well. It depends on the role. Plenty of RAF careers, especially all the ones on the ground. Gunfighter. So welcome to the show. Configuration usually, not always, has a center drop tank. So it looks like that one has one, I think, from here. Yep, but these two, bearing the one's got 12 squadron markings and one's got 29. Nice little start up there, just going on now. Lovely. Leighton Prado, thank you very much. Yeah, I'll do my best to, if you've got any questions about how the Typhoon works while we're here, go for it. If you've got any questions, anything related to the Typhoon, internal, external, I'll do my best to answer it for you. The Typhoon, as I mentioned yesterday when I was talking about stealth, so it's not a 4th gen, it's not a 5th gen, it is a 4.5 generation jet fighter, and it does actually have stealth attributes. In fact, it actually has quite a good radar cross-section, believed to be around 0.5 meters squared, which is actually fantastic. It is 85% of composites, so about 15% of metal on the exterior frame. That's impressive, that's pretty good. It's also got a particular design for the intakes or the inlets as well. They are designed in a way to hide the heat. It's got a long tunnel, a long tube for the air to be inhaled, shall we say, to be sucked in. So it would obviously hide away a lot of that radio waves that go into that if it does. But we'll give you a full tour later on of the Typhoon. You know how I do it. Alex Raven, yeah, it was great. Thank you very much. Yeah, the A10 from a personal level, it was really good to see the A10s. It was amazing. I really enjoyed that. Walt Bailey photos, because simple answer, because it doesn't have elevators. It's a design which, if you've got fly-by-wire, they were thinking about having 4 planes on the F-16 at one point. They were thinking about it. There were probably design prototypes or design sketches that they were thinking about it. So you'd normally have elevators on the back which control your angle of attack. So the 4 planes, when they move up, it adjusts the angle of attack up. If the 4 planes are down, they bunt the aircraft. This is called bunting, when it dips down. You can also use it as a speed brake, so really good when you're going to do a 9G turn. It bleeds the speed to control, and then you can do all sorts of fancy corkscrewing and barrel rolls, stuff like that. So you're going in, let's say 500 knots and full reheat, 600 knots, and you can actually just do a good snap turn like that, and those 4 planes will be working really hard to turn the aircraft round, and then you can do all sorts of fancy maneuvers. If it didn't have them, that will actually affect the aerodynamics and design. So they've obviously put this in a design prototype, because you could have elevators. You could take these away, the 4 planes, and have elevators, but that will affect the airflow going past this way as it flies through the air. So it will actually affect it. Yes, it has fly-by-wire. It was designed to be aerodynamically unstable with the pilot in mind. The Typhoon has a Leonardo FCC quadruplex system, which is a flight control computer, flight control system, abbreviated FCS. Those 4 main channels have around 70 computers split into 4 lanes, hence the 4 channels. Quite impressive. But that's why it has 4 planes, for 2 reasons. One, because it doesn't have elevators which control the elevation or the angle of attack, and also the maneuverability and a design, literally a design plan for it when it was run through. So it was deemed to be more, shall we say, more maneuverable in this concept and design. Lovely delta wings, dihedral, because they are actually slightly curved, which you can see there probably. But there we go. Good question. Walt Bailey photos, just to answer your second question, they move with the computers. The pilot doesn't really need to do a lot of input. The computers will be adjusting them for the pilot on demand. J200 engines spooling there on those 2. So we can cover all sorts of questions today, even regarding the blisks. If you want to know more about the Typhoon's blisks, see what else we got. Oh, that's So actually, someone asked about Walter Bailey. This is how the foreplanes affect the airflow. All right, which I'm working on to show you how it's quite effective to have the drag. That's the red, but I'll explain that in another show. That's about the PAPI light. So we can go into any detail you want. That's about the localizer, some stats. Let's have a look. Bits of B17. Let's have a look. That's about the oboe. Let me have a quick look at what we can cover today. If you want hydroplaning. There's no tread on tyres. Someone asked a question about tyres, so I answered why it doesn't have tread. That's more about the Typhoons. There you go, where it's made. 4 different countries: left wing Italy, right wing Spain, main fuselage, the centre part in Germany, and the front cockpit, the front area, fuselage made in Britain. There's all the components, what it's made of. There's our EJ200 engine. We could talk about the engine. Nice little picture there. Flight, if you want to know how planes actually fly. Airfoil, what flight is. We can cover anything you want, really. I've pretty much got it here to sort out for you. What else have we got here? Engines, how a jet engine works. If you want to know any bits and pieces, there you go. Just anything like that, give us a shout. But we'll in and out of the show, we'll cover that for you. Canopies down. The Typhoon actually does have a horn, and yes, I was that person to ask if the Typhoon has a horn. Yes, all these pictures I have drawn myself. Thank you. And yeah, nice one, thank you. So the pilots would have done their checklist. Okay, they would have, of course, once they got in, they would have, prior to them getting in, a pilot will do an external check. They'll look around the Typhoon, check the foreplanes, check the drop tanks, check the ordnance, make sure there's no leaks. Inside the landing gear, check for any breakers, check for any leaks. That's why they're all nice, bright and white inside the landing gear, because it makes it a lot more visually easier to detect any leaks, any hydraulic leaks there. They would have done the checks. They would have gone in, climbed the ladder and had a look behind the cockpit first. Check the safety mechanism on the pins on the Martin Baker ejection seat system. They'll take off the HUD. They'll just do some checks. So for you'll need to do your checks as well. So first, check number 1, make sure that you've hit the like button. You've been cleared to start up on the like button. Give us a thumbs up, and of course give the subscribe button a quick check just in case you haven't done so. Also, so you don't miss out on the latest, the greatest live streams and videos, be sure to click the notification bell button as well, so you don't miss out. And of course, sharing is caring. There is a share button on YouTube. Do share, do care. Any videos, any live streams. If you know anyone that loves military aviation, go for it. So Uncle Plane Guy, you mean the foreplanes? They are controlled by the flight control system. So if the pilot is trying to execute a particular maneuver, they will move. They would do that for them. On landing, they can also perform almost like a speed brake as well, creating a lot of drag, which again I'll show you a little bit later on. Kevin Flanagan, who's asking about the cannon. So the Typhoon, let me have a look. So let me just get a Typhoon model and show you. So it is the same as the Tornado. It's the BK-27 Mauser cannon, and there is it's actually fired from in here. Okay, it's in there. All right, underneath there'll be a compartment where the cartridges are put in, and it's the BK-27mm Mauser cannon, and it fires this cap. So if you see one with the cap missing, it may have gone to Holbeach or Donanook or any of the other ranges to fire its cannon. So it's a BK-27. I think it's German for Bordkanon, which means onboard cannon. I've probably pronounced that absolutely wrong. It was designed in 1976. There's over about 3,000 installments of this. The length of it is about 2.31 meters. It's about 7'7", and the barrel length itself is 1.73 meters. The muzzle velocity is 1100 meters per second. Rate of fire 1000 to 1700 RPM. It's a 5-chamber revolver with around 120 or so. So it's pretty impressive. Right, there's our Typhoon taxiing out there. Cartridges are 27mm by 145mm. It's a gas-operated cannon. Great question there, by the way. Love that. Of course, the Typhoon being a multi-role, it's about 150 rounds, around about that capacity. It has a capacity. Now, the Typhoon having an extremely amazing BVR, the BK-27 Mauser cannon, really is for light vehicles, or even just to have a bit of warning shots, that kind of thing. But it's there. It could, if it wanted to, just do a close air support. Oh, okay, thanks, good. Board cannon. Okay, cool. Hopefully that cloud isn't too low. Let's have a look. Meanwhile, what we got here now, we do have the Typhoon, which I think could be. That's a could be. We don't know. We don't know. I haven't got radio or anything, so I wouldn't have a clue. But we'll see when it gets airborne what call sign it's going to carry. Another Typhoon taxi now. This one's the family version Typhoon, a T3. Aspen, what up? Bobby, oi oi to you, how you doing? Oi, oi. Thanks a lot for joining us. AJ Approach, Davey, Arden, Margot, Aspen, what up? How we doing, Spanner Flight? How we all doing? Hope we're good. Here we go. And 3 Typhoons ready for departure. And we've got 1 spooling on the main ASP, that's Aircraft Servicing Platform. More Typhoons taxiing out, which is good, more for us to enjoy the noise. Of course, these are all training, and 29, well, this one's 41 Squadron, a test and evaluation squadron. So the Typhoon's thrust to weight ratio is phenomenal, 1.2 to 1. All due to its lightweight airframe at 24,000 pounds empty. Yes, of course, it can't fly without any fuel in it, but when you start adding fuel to the Typhoon, it's still, and payload, it's still way under its maximum thrust. Just over 40,000 pounds of thrust with reheats, making it an exceptional manoeuvrable aircraft that from brakes release on departure to just 8 seconds is able to pull up 50 to 60 degree up into a vertical climb, but it can actually accelerate vertically from just 8 seconds, and 22 seconds after that it's capable of going supersonic. It is a super cruise aircraft. What is super cruise? For those who don't know, it means that it's able to go supersonic without the use of reheat or afterburners. Why is that important? One, it hides your heat signature. As well, from using reheats, you will be giving out a lot of, well, for the radars, they'll be loving the heat, and for infrared detectables, we'll be seeing that quite nicely. And it's fuel efficient as well, so going supersonic. And don't forget, aerial combat, when you start thinking of aircraft that are doing way over +2 Mach, that's twice the speed of sound. The actual aerial combat engagement is only between, well, I say only, it's still fast, 0.8, that's 0.8 to 1.2 maximum. That is the engagement, which is why, you know, a lot of aircraft for the future, fighter jets, they may not need thrust vectoring. They may not need to go 2.5 Mach or 2.5 times the speed of sound. There is purposely no need. You adjust to what is out there. You adjust with your rivals. You adjust with what the Joneses have. You adjust and try to better that. And that is the way with aerial combat, which is why most likely the F-35 didn't have a natural thrust vectoring like the F-22. Again, the F-35B, yes, it does have a form of thrust vectoring, but it is purely for vertical landing and short takeoff, so purely for STOVL, purely for that, because you can only engage the STOVL system on the F-35B at a maximum of 250 miles per hour. Right, so we've got another Typhoon taxiing out for departure as well. So, nice bit of Waddington there. Hope we're all good, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the show. And I can't remember, I've lost count how many are up there now. There's one here and possibly another two at the top. Here we go. Let's see what we're gonna get. Yeah, is that Dragon? That's the only thing we'll find out in a moment when it's airborne. See what call sign we got with it. The car park is busy. We are in the official aircraft viewing area. Right, here we go, departure time. Let's ride, here we go. So it looks like the T3 is going out. That's the trainer aircraft. So at the front we'll have the pilot, the student, for example, if it is occupied by a crew of two, and you'll have the instructor at the back. It is dual controlled for training. It's not like an F-15 where it operates as a Wizzo. the grey, moody skies can create a lot of dramatics, shall we say, a lot of mood. Here we go, another 2 more, is it? Yep, 2 more. Three more. There's these 2 and one with the centre drop tank. Landing lights on to try to scare the birds. This doesn't look good from here. Oh dear. Well, there we go. That's obviously not a good sign.
I don't want my face in it.
Yeah, it's not a good sign, unfortunately. But there we go. These things happen. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Hope you're all good and well.
That was an awful photo of me ever. It was terrible. I'm going to throw it at you.
Squadron leader.
Yeah, there is it. Not this. Do you not?
That's Dragon 1. Oh, we'll have a cancel takeoff.
Do you make that work? We're paying 50 quid.
So you can see the 4 planes in the downwards position to create drag. Just keep the Typhoon at slow pace there.
I left my phone in the car, didn't I?
That's unfortunate, but these things happen. Hasn't been that much luck, has there, for Tom this year with weather as well. Oh no, unfortunately, that's been scrubbed by the look of it. We've always said if it ain't right, don't take the flight. We're talking about an aircraft that's going to be put for its paces. But,
Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. First time on. He gets close up, so
Right, so we're just going to see what. Hopefully, we'll get something else later, but for now, unfortunately, doesn't look good. But like I said, you know, at the end of the day, it's if you've got a technical issue, if it ain't right, don't take the flight. So this is the welcome to the main ASP. This is the aircraft servicing platform. Let's just call it the main. Looks. But no worries. We'll still have, hopefully. Don't forget, we've got the aircraft to come back, so we'll catch some circuits, hopefully, some other touch and goes or low approaches, and some cool landings. So let's see what else the rest of the day brings. But also, got plenty to go through with the Typhoon, and may choose the Mosquito a little bit later on to have a little, or I could save that for Marham. Let me save that for Marham, actually, because of course Marham's history with the Mosquito is pretty dense. Oh yeah. Babsar, how you doing? Hope you're good. Good to see you on here.
Whatever one's available.
Unfortunately, that is it. So, welcome to the show, ladies and teddy bears. Hope you're all good. Tom will contact Tower. Actually, it might not even be Tom. Just assuming that is, but even if it's not, the pilot will communicate with Tower to request to shut down. Every movement is authorised, or needs authorisation, probably the correct way to say that, from starting up to taxiing to shutting down. So all pilots, every single movement, even contractors, vehicles, all need management by Tower, the various frequencies, so that it doesn't clog up all the communication. So you'll have a ground frequency, departures, approach, various frequencies around to govern each section of what's needed. That's why sometimes on your radio you may hear contact Tower, things like that. So welcome to the show, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you're all good. Right, let's wait to see what's going to happen, if Tom gets out or not. Well, we're going to have a look. Shut down now, so there we go. Yeah, so that's that one done. Right, welcome to the show. Let's have a little look at the Typhoon. Welcome everyone, by the way. I'll give you a little tour of the Typhoon as well. Welcome. Typhoon took its first flight in 1994 in Germany. And for those that don't know, had 7 prototypes, DA1 to 7 basically, so there was DA2, DA3, 4, 5. Interestingly, the DA1 on its prototype, even though it had the German Air Force markings, did actually have the IRST on the prototype, but I'll talk to you a little bit about that in just a moment. The name Typhoon got its name at the Farnborough Air Show in 1998, so it was the Eurofighter project, and with its prototypes, also lots of you mentioning about the one at Cosford, the one at Hendon, and it is an aircraft that was literally thought about in the 60s, especially when the Tornado came out as a requirements from different countries. And of course the Typhoon is a consortium of 4 different countries with their requirements for each Air Force. There isn't a Navy version as far as I know, but the Typhoon in September at the Farnborough Air Show got its name Typhoon. It is called different things in different air forces. So in the Royal Air Force it's called the Typhoon FGR4 for their frontline combat version. There is a T3, the trainer version, the 2-seater as well. In Germany it's called the Eurofighter. Eurofighter, I'm just trying to pronounce it, but it is Eurofighter. EF 2000. In Italy it's the F2000A Tifona. In Spain it's the C16 Tifon, and there's also the CE16 with the E standing for the 2-seater trainer, so the E would mean the trainer version. So you've got different versions. You've also got Oman, Saudi Arabia, you've got Qatar, Kuwait, with us just trying to think all the Middle Eastern countries that have the Typhoon. I think I've got them all. And of course we've got Austria, Germany, Italy, Spain, Britain with the Royal Air Force. I think I've covered everything with that as well. So welcome to the show, and I'm going to just go through all the components of the Typhoon. It is made in 4 different countries, and it's predominantly 85% of non-metal on the exterior airframe. What we'll do, we'll have a little look, a little bit about the externals first before we go from nose to toes, and we'll have a little look. This version has got, look at this, what's this little bug here, look, on the blue tack. Let's get rid of this little blue tack. Do you want that blue tack, mate? Yeah, let me give you that blue tack. You can let me just put that down. That's all good there. Let's pop that there. And let's have a little look at all the components of the Typhoon. For those that are new to the Eurofighter Typhoon, let's have a little look. We're going to have a look at the inside. So let's see where it's made, and a few fun facts before we go into full detail. There we go, I've colour coordinated it for you. So you've got the green for Italy, the assembly at Leonardo. Anything blue I've put for Britain, red for Spain, Airbus, and yellow for Germany. So you can see here the 4 different countries of what they're made. So basically, in a nutshell, left wing Italy, right wing Spain, the centre fuselage Germany, the front cockpit, along with the 4 planes made in Britain, the tail stabilizer. There is a mixture of components of Italy and Britain here. You can see here Spain producing the leading edge, which I'll show you what it's all made out of. A few fun facts that I've added for you. There's 30 kilometers of cable, and it's not your regular cable, by the way, like you have at home, your electrical component cables that you have. It's there to cope with G's and various amounts of temperatures that they go through as well. Each cable and wiring that is done with the tool is actually logged. Each tool that's used to prime and do all this kind of stuff, to lock cable in places and to install them, even the tool is logged. Okay, so every personnel in the assembly factories would actually log the tool in case there was a fault with the tool that was causing the issue, rather than the actual component itself. There are 6 bolts that connect onto the fuselage itself, so each wing has 6 bolts, equivalent of although the Typhoon has the EJ200 engines, 20,000 pounds of thrust each with reheats, giving around 40,400 pounds of thrust with the reheats. That's equivalent, for those that love horsepower, Although you don't really measure horsepower into fighter jets or thrust, but the equivalent is about 1,000 Ferraris, so 150,000 horsepower equivalent. Oi, oi. It likes to drink around 360 litres of fuel per minute with afterburner. To break that down, that's about 1.6 litres per second without the afterburner, or 6 litres with afterburner. It's quite a lot, mate, quite hungry. Only 50% of the surface is metal, which I'm going to show you. The engine is amazing. It's been literally made to what's called on condition. It's been made to just leave it in there and fly. 1,200 flying hours without any maintenance involved. Leonardo make the flight control computer called the quadruplex, split into 4 lanes, controlling in a variety of around 70 computers that do all their wonderful things as well, so it's quite cool. On this pylon here, Leonardo make the Bright Cloud, a little FOTD, a fibre optic tow decoy, which I'll show you in a moment. Has Super Cruise, which we mentioned. There's 8 internal fuel tanks, so empty, the Typhoon is 24,000 pounds. You can add another 11,000 pounds of fuel. Okay, so that's 36,000 pounds fully fueled, and the max thrust is what, 40,400? Still pretty good, isn't it, thrust to weight, right? The EJ200 engine alone weighs 1 ton, that's 998 kilos, 1.2 thrust to weight. There are 13 hard points, which I'm going to show you. There's all the Typhoon's components, what it's made of. So you can see the 4 planes made of titanium alloy. The aluminium alloy, titanium and acrylic form around 18% by the look of it, according to my maths there, isn't it? That's pretty cool, isn't it? There we go. The green, now you'll notice the green sections there, that's where you've got like your antennas and your radars, your electronic scanned array, your AESA, all right? And here you've got the defense aid subsystem as well. There's quite a little bit of that around, which I'm going to show you. You've got to have some strength here on your leading edges, the amount of G's they're going to cope with. That's made of titanium. And you've also got your flapperons as well, which I'll show you how that all works. Okay, so that's the Typhoon's composition. Should we go engine? Should we go engine? Should we go engine in a moment? I can show you the engine in a moment. Oh no. Let's have a little bit more look on the Typhoon as well. So there's our Foon. There we go. So we're going to start with the nose. Again, this is constantly, you know, in the future, you improve your radar, you improve your battlefield, you improve the combat battlefield zone. So it started life out with an ECR-90, Marconi developing that, but now you've got the likes of Leonardo developing the active electronically scanned array. That's your battlefield. That is what the pilot is going to be looking out for, locking onto targets. In a nutshell, in a nutshell, sorry about that, the spring come off. In just a nutshell, basically you start off with a Captor M, which is a manual, and then they went with the Captor E. There's a Mark, it started off with Mark 1 and now we're going on to Mark 2. I can't tell you for a lot of reasons. 1, I don't know, and 2, it most likely be classified. Couldn't tell you which ones have the latest and greatest ASA Mark 2 by Leonardo. They are having them, I would imagine all of them eventually, but just to give you an idea, you're looking at locking onto targets 160 kilometers away. So there goes your movie style Top Gun close dogfighting, because the Typhoon could lock onto target. In fact, even the F-35, it's what's called BVR, beyond visual range. Okay, so you can lock onto targets 160 kilometers away. That really takes the dogfighting, which is why I said, although dogfighting doesn't happen that often, but pilots still need to learn it, because there are situations where you will have to be seen, or you try your best not to, but it's important for pilots to know that skill. Now, larger aircraft, the Typhoon can lock onto, let's say, large bombers or cargo, whatever, 300 kilometers away. They can lock onto about 20 to 30 targets and prioritize on around 6. Now, the clever thing is the Typhoon has a mounted display unit. What that is, it's the Striker helmet, an amazing helmet which you may have seen pilots wear. It's got lots of bobbles, you know, on the Warner Brothers cartoons when you know, Walt Disney, whichever, and they get bashed in the head, they get like a little bump. There's a BAE Systems have made this amazing helmet, which you have to have your skull, your head x-rayed and scanned to make this fit just for you. It's quite clever, and then it locks into position. The pilot can actually look right through the Typhoon and just lock onto targets using the helmet, using the mounted display unit, which is actually quite phenomenal. So we're going to start off here, which is why the Typhoon nose is a slightly different grey to the rest of it. Even it doesn't matter what Air Force, this is never painted, because you do not want to mess around with with your radar in there. That is your battlefield combat. No, that is your life right there. So you don't want to be messing around with that. Another thing I do forget sometimes, because it is scattered here, this little pimple here, and you've got this probe here that sticks out. This is part of the defense aid subsystem. Okay, that's your missile warning alert, which is this probe here. You've got ultra high frequency antenna here. It basically forms almost like a bubble to protect the pilot and the aircraft from threat, okay, or at least it will detect. So that's your survivability part of things, okay. As we work our way a little bit further down, as I've mentioned before, this component here that sticks out, this is your Pirate IRST. It is not FLIR, although it does FLIR. So IRST, infrared search and track, and FLIR is forward-looking infrared. Okay, so basically what that means is that they can look in the cover of darkness in full HD infrared. Now, what's different about FLIR and IRST is that this is actually searching and tracking and locking onto targets. This forms another layer of attack. You can even land with it. I mean, it's even got 4 different filters, not like your filters on your phone where you can pose and have a selfie and put it on Instagram, whatever. We're talking about HD, thermal as well. It can do heat detection, all that kind of stuff. So it's another added bonus, but not all of them have it. The German Air Force and the Austrian Air Force decided not to have this optional extra. No worries at all. Right, on this side, which I do forget sometimes, that's your probe that ejects out to air-to-air refuel, and then it locks back in. I'm just going to go here again, something I do forget, that's your air brake. It lifts up, it's enough to cause drag. Okay, some people think, well, how is that going to slow down the aircraft? Put it this way, there was a Spitfire pilot was complaining back in World War II that his Spitfire wasn't performing, the max speed wasn't very good. Why? Because there was a few rivets that had just come loose and the cowling was loose. Even leaks, any leaks around a canopy, any air leaks would actually cause enough drag to slow your aircraft down. What does that mean? Well, it's going to end up costing you more fuel, isn't it? And damage your performance, because aerodynamic is key for aviation. We're going to talk about the 4 planes in a moment. We're going to talk about the actual maneuverability components in just a moment. Underneath here, if you're fortunate enough to get right close to a Typhoon, if it's parked up, you'll see 2 red covers forming almost a smiley face. If you were lucky enough not to have those covers on, then you'll see 4 metal triangles under here. They move. They're the pitos, the aircraft data pitos. Now there are 4 because the Typhoon's flight control computers, or the flight control system, FCS by Leonardo, is split into 4 channels. Okay, so they're split into lanes, as they called. There's around 70 computers, and someone did ask me, what happens if the flight control system failed? You're going to have a pretty bad day, one, to have all 70 computers fail. There is a safe mode on it. I've seen this video where the Typhoon lost one of the lanes. That's 25% of your computers, but it was able to get back. Okay, a bit like the Tornado had 4 stages on the flight control system, not 4 channels. It had there were 4 main. Was it 2 split into 4? Let me just check on that one, but not like 70 on this basically. But there was a safe mode. There was hydraulics that controlled the yaw and the pitch basically, and it was able to get home. But can it start again? No. The computer will say no, it needs fixing. So it will get you home, but it will need fixing. So that's why there are 4 of those. Right, underneath here, let's have a little look at this splitter. Before I talk about the boundary layer diverter, I need to talk to you about the intakes here. There are two these lovely little intakes here. These are cowlings. They control the amount of air that go in. And when the air goes in, okay, you'll notice, if you look at the Typhoon, you can't actually see, unlike the F-15. I'm pretty sure you can see the F-15s. I don't think it's got an S duct to the F-15. But if you were to look in on a Typhoon, you can't actually see the front stage of the fan, okay? And this is because this is shaped like an S duct. The F-35, S duct, because it's shaped like a letter S. The engine sits at just 1/5, that's 20% of the Typhoon's airframe. That's a massive tube of air to go through. And the good thing about that, you can start to disperse and get rid of those unwanted radar frequencies from enemy radar. But the thing is, what the radar are actually looking for when it goes in, it's looking for the heat from the engine, but it can't because it's an S duct. The F-35 has something similar. It's called a I think it's a serpentine or serpentine style. So it is like an S, but it goes this way rather than up and over, because the F-35's intakes or inlets are on the sides, okay? Now, the thing is, when you're flying supersonic, you do not want supersonic air hitting your fan, your turbo fan. You don't want it hitting your engine. Why is that? The thing is, supersonic air will damage your blades. It will damage your engine, because what it does, it starts to create shock waves in there and actually create havoc and actually break your engine. All right, how do you do that? Well, you control it with these cowlings and also this splitter here, this boundary layer diverter as well. So it's doing two jobs, this splitter. One, it's controlling the supersonic air, and two, when you're going through the air along the surface of the Typhoon, it's going to cause what's called a boundary layer. This boundary layer is like draggy air that sticks on the surface of the airframe. This is going to happen here. All right, you're going to get air that sticks here, and it's a low pressure, draggy air. But don't forget, you've got this nice high pressure air going in. So if you've got a fan going round, okay, and you've got high pressure air hitting here, really fast air, and really slow air hitting the top, real draggy air, you're gonna have a imbalance of air hitting your frame, and that's going to cause you problems, and it will actually cause it fatigue, and it will damage your engine. So this boundary layer in real life will actually be all grilled. There's actually holes here in a grill format to suck up and soak up any boundary layer that's on there. The F-22 has that just on the insides as well. All right, so that is actually a stealth attribute, along with the actual component, the airframe being hardly any metal at all. Right, where we go? We spoke about the BK-27 Mauser cannon, which is about here, holds about 150 rounds. We spoke about that as we go along the leading edge. Again, titanium, that leading edge slap, beautiful. This, again, another common question, what is this opening here? That's your RAM heat exchanger. That basically is like a cooling system for the engines when reheat is used quite a lot. Okay, so during a display or lots of reheat being used, you're going to need to cool your engine down, so that's what that does there. And then as we go over here, Leonardo's Bright Cloud. This is the decoy pylon. This will project on a lanyard, let's say, or a fiber optic towed decoy. It's called a Bright Cloud, and what this does, it does quite a few functions. It's very clever. So what that will do, it will actually, you can actually use it for electronic countermeasures. I'll just wait for this. If you are unfortunate to have someone try to lock onto you, you can actually break the lock using the Bright Cloud. It's basically a towed decoy, and if all that fails, what you can do is produce a signature of a Typhoon. It will start blinking, I am here, not over there. Okay, so what that'll do, that'll take the hit, that will be destroyed. Underneath, on defense, okay, so we're going to talk about the hard points. You've got chaff dispenser here, so if you're locked onto by radar or want to confuse radar, what you do, you drop what's called chaff. There's a dispenser here that's bits of metal that fools enemy radar. They used that in World War II. It was called window. If it's heat seeking, you're going to have to use flares. They're here and here. If all that fails and you've lost all your defense, then it may sound primitive, you just literally have to aim for the sun and hope for the best. So there we go on that one. 13 hard points. Let's have a look at the 13 hard points. Right, so let's go with the 13th. We'll start with the drop tank. You can actually use that as well to have a laser pod, which is called the lightning pod, a bit like the not lantern, sorry, the sniper pod on the F-15E. So that leaves you with 6 on each side. So let's have a little look. So we've done that one. So 6 on each side. So you can have 2 here on the inside of the fuselage, and then another 3. All right, on this side. Okay, so you can have 2 missiles here, and then you can have another 3 over here. Again, same again, 2 just underneath there, and another 3. So that's your amazing, isn't it? How cool is that, eh? Pretty cool. And then of course I'm missing 2 more, so you add 2 more drop tanks. So you can have 3 drop tanks, leaving you 5 and 5. So 2 here, 3 there, 2 there, 3 there, basically. From Paveway, Brimstone, Storm Shadow. It can take a lot of ordnance, guided, unguided, whichever you want on that one. So it is an amazing aircraft, and I'll show you a little bit about the manoeuvres. You might not know, or many of you know. So you have flaperons, okay, and so if you want to roll the aircraft to the left, if you want to do that, if you want to do an aileron roll as it's called, your left flaperon up, right flaperon down, it'll make the Typhoon do that. If you want to roll to the right, okay, right flaperon up, left flaperon down, you're going to do that. If you want to yaw the aircraft like that, use your rudder. Left rudder makes the aircraft yaw this way, left. The rudder going right will make the aircraft yaw to the right. Okay, so if we turn the aircraft this way, turn the Typhoon that way, if you want to, because we don't have elevators anymore, we've got these 4 planes, they move simultaneously, so that will control your angle of attack. So 4 planes up will make the aircraft point upwards and control the pitch like that. If you want to bunt the aircraft, then you have your 4 planes down, so the pilot just literally doesn't need to worry about it. It will do it all on its own. All right, again, for those that don't know, may have seen a social media going around with someone obviously fortunate enough to fly next to an F-35. The F-35 went inverted and went down. I don't know if you've seen that. That is how you descend really quickly on an aircraft. Well, fighter jet, or even a Spitfire, really. In fact, the Spitfires had to do this because they couldn't do negative G because of the float system in the fuel tank. I know, right? For those who don't know, I'll explain it one day on our BBMF shows, how that affected the Spitfire. But this, you see, if you were to bunt down like that, your blood is going to rush to your head, and that is negative G. That is literally the weight. Obviously, we're feeling the weight being pulled down to our feet, the blood. But this way, the weight is going the wrong way, so you're going to end up seeing a lot of red. You can also grey out, and it's very nasty. So what you need to do to keep a positive G and dive down really quickly, you invert the aircraft and go down. All right, so and you descend. So that's the way you do that one, which is why the F-35, when it was flying, went inverted and then dived down. So that's that part there. I think I've got everything you need. Anything else that you don't know about the Typhoon, do let me know. On its design, they did open this out a little bit. They found there was too much drag going this way. It was a lot more narrow on some of the prototypes. They actually flared this out just a little bit, just to stop too much drag. But there we go. That's just a little intro for you on the Typhoon. There you go. Hope you enjoyed that. I think I've covered everything. A little mistake I've seen on here is that I believe you only need the one roundel, unless this looks like a World War II. This was the World War II marking systems. It had, actually, I'm trying to think. Hang on a minute. BW. Hang on a minute. Yeah, they did. They did, and they went to RO, didn't they? 29 Squadron. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know all the dates, but I'm thinking because we can talk about the X's. One of the questions I do get asked is about the X's. Now I'm just trying to, let me just think back. The BAs. So they had the letter Bravo all the way to Zulu. That was from 1987. So that makes me think Tornado. They had those markings on there. RO was the Second World War. That's how I know it. And then YB, Yankee Bravo, just prior to the Second World War. There we go. Anyway, I'm going to have a look at the chat, see if you've got any questions, but nice one. Oh yeah, got to talk about the engine. The Typhoon is a 4.5 generation. It is fly-by-wire. And it does have some stealth attributes, so it's not a 4, it's not a 5, it's a 4.5. Matt Crossan, how you doing? Yes, it does have I'll let you speak to the pilot, they'll put it better than I can, but there is a voice. I can't tell you the name on it on here. I'll let the pilots do that because it is quite funny. I won't ruin it for you. They do have a voice command on there, and I'll tell you what, I can't say it as good as a pilot because I'm not a Typhoon pilot, but they will, the way they say it is actually just amazing, the way they say it, because it is quite funny. Because basically, when they're performing maneuvers that you're not supposed to do, basically in standard, I'm talking about a display, they can do these moves, by the way. I just need to word this carefully. When they're in display, they are authorized to do so, but obviously, if you've got your landing gear up, okay, sorry, if you've got your landing gear down, all right, and you're performing roles and stuff, your computer system, which is voiced, it's a female voice. I can't remember if it's Betty. I can't remember if the name of her is Betty or I can't remember what she's called. But the pilots are like trying to shut her up, basically, and she's screaming away at them. It's like, you know, I'll tell you what, we've all been there. How about, right, your sat-nav is going on, please turn left at the next junction, and you know you just turned wrong because you want to go somewhere else. Please turn left, and there's traffic everywhere. You go down this little turning, and you think, oh, brilliant, I'll just go down this turning and do like a 180, a 3-point turn. Why is it every time you find this little road where you think, cool, I'll turn round there and turn round? Why is it there's always someone behind you? There was no one ever behind you. You find this road to turn left just so you can go back and go the correct way. You've got a car behind you, you've got your sat-nav screaming. So I imagine you're doing 9G turns and then this thing is screaming at you. Yes, I'll let the Typhoon display team talk to you about that. But so the Typhoon's airframe can take negative 3G to plus 9G. What is all that? Basically, if you're not flying right now, we are all experiencing 1G, 1 times the force of gravity. That is how much, sadly or politely, as we all weigh. When it's 2G, it means you now weigh twice the amount. Not very flattering, but 9G means you now weigh 9 times your weight, because weight is literally you got gravity that's pulling you down and your weight. Well, now you weigh about the weight of a Formula 1 racing car. I know. 0G means you're floating, all right? So basically, when you're in 9G, a pilot can't touch the controls on the screen. But the thing is, you know, when we talk about 9G, we're like, yeah, it's like a quick 9G turn. The Typhoon can actually hold 9G all day long. It can stay in 9G, and that's quite impressive. That is amazing. It's a very quick aircraft, very good at acceleration. It's very light. According to Airbus, it's a Mach 2.2, although on paper Eurofighter is a +2, but it doesn't matter because the Typhoon is so agile. It's like a track day car, really is. The flight control systems on a Typhoon, for example, right, or on any fly-by-wire, if to go in a straight line in a non-fly-by-wire, the pilot doesn't do anything, right? The Typhoon flying in a straight line, the computers are going mental just trying to keep it straight, for example. But the thing is, when you're starting to do aerial combat, the computers are loving it. If you're in an F-15 or an aircraft that doesn't have fly-by-wire, the pilot will need to do quite a bit of input with that as well, okay? There's a lot of extra stuff, but whereas the fly-by-wire will take care of everything for you, all right? So there we go. Again, These are aileron rolls. Barrel roll, by the way. So I want you to imagine a pretend barrel, and it's just going round a pretend barrel. That's your barrel roll, okay? That's that one there. What else? Cuban 8. Well, I can probably do a half Cuban from here. So a half Cuban, and then you can just multiply it for the other side. Half Cuban is literally an aircraft's going along here, flat, and then we'll start a loop. When it gets to about 5/8 of a loop, we'll do a 180, okay, and then basically be level again and come down. But to do a whole Cuban 8, it will do the same over here. All right, so it almost looks like an infinity symbol. So I'm almost doing it like that. All right, okay, so it almost looks like a figure of 8 or an infinity symbol. But on the 5/8 of the actual loop, we'll level up like that. Okay, I hope that made sense. Like that. Okay, I can only do it in this short screen that I've got. Right, let's have a look, see what we got. Anything coming back? Goodness me, I think it's time for a cup of tea. Yeah, I can't remember if it's Betty. I'm really sorry if it isn't. Yeah, so the pilot there doing all these manoeuvres, and then there's an error going up, and it's but they know it's a standard error that you know. Yeah, I can't remember the name. I really can't. I do apologise. Is it actually Betty, Margot? I can't remember the name. Something tells me it's Betty, but there you go. Oh, yeah, I need to do this all the time because there are a few people that don't quite understand military aviation. Here comes our 2 ship. Like I said, I need to put on my little message out there. There you go. Nice, look at this. Beautiful control. Oh, this is good. Nice low approach there.
Come on.
one with your crew here.
These are salmon smooth. Look at this. Touch and go. Here we go. allow the pilots to get a lot more training in. Now, you know, you take off and land on a sortie, done. But touch and goes allow you to get a lot more takeoff and landing in one sortie. So pilot is landing again from a touch and go, for example, giving the pilot a lot more experience with the Typhoon takeoff and landing. Also in an emergency as well scenario where touch and goes can be initiated, especially with the right, well, no issue with the Typhoon, is it? Really, the amount of power. Most fighter jets can have a touch and go on emergency last minute. Not a lot of them need a runway, not a lot of them need much of a runway. So we may see aero braking, which looks like a wheelie. There is a reason for that. The pilot is just taking the stresses off the main landing gear and the braking system. I think nearly all fighter jets don't have, in fact a lot of aircraft don't have brakes on the nose gear. It comprises of around a set of discs, carbon discs, both stator and rotating carbon discs, which compress to cause a brake. But this way, what you're doing, you'll see that undercarriage, see all that wing area. It's creating a massive drag to slow the aircraft down without the need for the use of the brakes. So aerodynamically braking or aero braking. And then a bit of four-plane action there to create even more drag. So not a lot of brakes have been used here to slow the aircraft down. Amazing. It's like when we were kids, when we opened our jackets out, you know, when it was really windy and we tried to hang on without getting blown away by the wind, turning it into like a parachute. One of the few airframes that has ZJ9 as a trans team. Literally. It's quite a rare one in the fact that ZJ9s were the original Tranche 1 airframes, but this is actually a Tranche 2. It was right on the cusp where they were literally transitioning to the Tranche 2. There were quite a few differences with Tranche 1 airframe and Tranche 2. Tranche 1, although it sounds a lot more modern to the fact that on its computer diagnostics system, it had a touch screen where the ground crew could do all their whatever it is that they do. But the thing is, we are quite a wet country. We have a lot of rain here, and they found that the touchscreen wasn't working as good as in responsive with all that damp water everywhere, that damp rain. Damp rain? Of course you get damp rain. Sorry, damp and rain. Sorry. There you go. So they actually got rid of that, and on Tranche 2, I believe they've got actual good old buttons. Well, for those that know the channel quite well, there is such thing as dry rain, right? Yeah, because you get dry rain, right? You know the channel, you know it is. Got more foons coming in. Stay tuned for more foon action. But after this, a long break, time for history. So again, used by 29 Squadron, and yet it's got 11 fighter squadron markings on there. Possibly some more on the way back. Leave it like that. That looked pretty cool, didn't it? That looked good. I like that transition. I think that's so good. Working the pattern nicely, aren't they? Look at this. Bit of sploofage. Hey, that was good. That was good. Yeah. Hook it up. I hope you enjoyed that one. That was good. Nicely done. Woo. Nice bit of spluffage on that. Bit of a G pulled on that one. The world's first ever Typhoon with a motorbike engine in. Yeah, just revving the 1200cc, look. Generous with 1200cc classic go around. Coming up, here we go. One of the other differences with the Tranche 1 and the later models was the actual landing lights, the configuration, the LEDs. I can't remember which way round, but I think the older one had them horizontal and the new ones were vertical, but I can't remember. A way to tell externally, because the Tranche 3 had the little additions on the back end on both sides of the fuselage, where you could actually mount conformal fuel tanks. I've never seen the Typhoon with a conformal fuel tank. I don't know if it was required, but they had they had the facility to actually have conformal fuel tanks on them. That's how you can tell the Tranche 3. There's these like little bumps on the top part and the back end of the fuselage. If you were working from nose to tail, just before the stabilizer and maybe just before the ram heat exchanger. But maybe when we'll see one. Maybe we can see one parked up over there. Nope. 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 Nope, none of them. Nope, not even that one. Can't see any chance free over there. Nope. Oh, hello. No, not even this one. Four planes there working in their drag roll. Yeah, look, these are the landing lights look horizontally aligned to the older one. Tranche 1 had them aligned vertically. Sorry, I've got to get out of there. Been quite a few circuits where the gear's gone up straight away. Someone did ask me quite a long time ago, and in fact it's quite a frequent question, why do the Typhoons here always have the gear staying down? But today you've seen the opposite. You've seen the gear retracted almost straight away from circuits. So there you go, never the same, never the same. Clouds are breaking up now quite nicely, so it is lifted. In becoming a pilot, it's there. Start your training, apply to the Royal Air Force. I'm sure one of the Spanner flights going to put a little link out. Computer geeks, mechanics, tools, everything there. radar surveillance as well. There's so many. But for a pilot, well, you can start your elementary flying and a tutor and the prefect. Head up for, there are 4 now. 4. I need to keep up with the times. There are 4 categories for pilots. So you'll have fast jet, multi-engine, rotary, and of course the RPAS systems, the remote piloted air systems. For a fighter pilot, tutor, prefect, Cranwell, RAF College Cranwell, and you'll be flying the prefect, and then you'll be heading off to RAF Valley for a couple of years for your next phase 2 advanced flying training. You'll start on the Texan, a turboprop T6 Texan. Sorry, see ya. And did I just say T6 Texan? Because of the Beechcraft Texan, right? Yeah, I know. Sorry, it'd be the trainer Texan, and then the Hawk T2. And then, depending how they're going to stream you, they'll analyse your capabilities, because not everyone makes it as a fighter pilot, you know. Not everyone does. And if you are streamed to a Typhoon, you'll come here with 29 Squadron and train and hope to qualify with 29 Squadron. If it's the F-35B that they're going to stream you to, then you'll go to RAF Marham with 207 Squadron. But of course, another multi-engine role will be at Cranwell. So from the prefect, from the tutor to the prefect, we end up at Cranwell flying the Phenom, and then it's 24 Squadron. Exchange as well between US and RAF pilots, US Air Force and RAF pilots. RAF pilots can, say for example, between the Typhoon and the F-22 or Typhoon and F-18s, there is an exchange, there is a US and Royal Air Force exchange as well between the two. So who knows where your career will be. So best of luck to you for those interested, especially now that it's half term. Start off with Air Cadets. There are plenty of Air Cadet Air Training Corps squadrons around the country. But like I said, not everyone wants to be a fighter pilot. We've had other pilot roles as well, such as a air-to-air refueler. We've come across someone at Marham, didn't we, where a gentleman said his son was influenced by air shows and is now flying in a Voyager air-to-air refueling our fighter jets. I mean, how cool. And some, like I said, don't make it as a fighter pilot, and but still can qualify as being a qualified flying instructor, training the latest and greatest on the tutor, on the prefect. Big thank you to all those who have subscribed today. We are unbelievable, nearly on 128,000 subscribers already. Wow. It was only the other day we were on 125, right? Goodness me, where did they go? again, we'll do our housekeeping in just a moment for those that are quite excited to make the journey. Don't forget, we always recommend to use the viewing areas and viewing enclosures and official Sparks car parks, but if it is full, please don't park it straight outside. Please don't just park it on the road. There are double yellow lines, there's no stopping signs, you'll get told to move on. If you, of course, you can see people happily enjoying the views across the road, that's fine, but please don't touch the fence. But actually, just first of all, please take care crossing the road. Luckily, and we saw live on the stream, when it went from 60 to 40 miles an hour, goodness me, that was a break and a half. Duck agreed. Yeah, so please don't touch the fence. Please don't rest the ladders on the fence. Please don't certainly climb it. There is a car park in the town. It's just £2 all day, and there are toilets over there as well. There's no toilets here. There was a burger van from about 8:30 till about 1ish. Steve behind me doing a wonderful job. There are bins here though, which is good. Those swing bin liners, and take your rubbish home with you if you can, please. But there are bins provided. Again, do's and don'ts. Please don't block the crash gate. That's fine there, no one's blocking that crash gate there. Please certainly do not park your vehicle there. It is for emergency use only, okay? Not just for the worst, you know, when they're going to recover an aircraft. There could be an emergency on the station. Again, you know, just don't be that person. Likes to manage traffic, and over there's our red and white fence. Luckily there's no one there. I hate it when that happens, but hey, you know, you can't stand there. Please don't stand at the red and white fence. You can go to the right of it, that's fine over there, and you go to the left. Again, be mindful where you're walking. That is completely out of bounds. There's lots of land that's private, and it's farmers' land, private land. It's, you know, it gives no one the authority to just walk around and ruin it for others. And again, the lights are MOD property as well, so again, if you spot anything that's untoward, please don't be afraid to contact someone. There are numbers, again, people attempting to fly a drone. If you do spot anything like that, contact the numbers in the station if you can. If you spot anything like that, we always recommend, because of the world that we live in, just to do it discreetly. Don't do it in front of them, you know, like, oh, I'm going to call the police and things like that. If it is an emergency, then of course we always recommend to call 999 straight away. But anything like that, there are numbers, there are signs everywhere. There's a number that you can ring straight away for anyone that you think is about to or attempting to fly a drone. It is a no drone zone. I mean, I've got a drone, and I do everything carefully, correctly, phoning up where needed to ask permission to fly in certain places. There are some sort of amber areas, for those that know Drone Assist will know. There are sort of amber, which, you know, you do need to have a look at the advisory on there. You know, it could be a gliding club, and they'll give you a number where you can ring, which I've done many times. I've rang to say, are you flying today, or can I fly my drone? And sometimes you get invited, which I have done on my War Boys Lost Airfields that I did. There was an RC club, the Ramsey Aero Club. How you doing, Ramsey Aero Club? Very good, Andy, Ben, legends. That soot that you can see there, that opening, that's basically the exhaust, basically fuel that's burned. It's the auxiliary power unit exhaust there. I love doing that on model aeroplanes on the Typhoon, where I get a little, like one of those cotton sticks, those cotton buds, and you dip it in some black paint but make it really, really dry, and then you just, you know, it's almost like smeared on, smudged on. It's really cool. I love doing that effect. Right, I think that's all our aircraft back. If it is, I think it's time for a cup of tea. Yeah, absolutely, Perry. FOD, it is an absolute killer. I need to go and get my litter picker because I broke mine. So things like that, I don't recommend that you go and pick it up by hand, but stuff like that, I would get my litter picker and just pick it up and put it in the bin. This is an engine killer, especially plastic, things like that. It attracts wildlife as well, which is why we say even your food, bag it, bin it, take it home. FOD, foreign object debris, you know, it attracts birds, and the more birds, the worse. Gosh, sorry about that. The worse it is to manage for our Airfield Wildlife Control Unit, Birdman as they're lovingly known as, and they are about in that checkered fluorescent vehicle. Again, another role, the Hedgehog crew who tow the aircraft about, the ground crew, lineys, and don't forget the Bowsers who refuel the aircraft as well. That's it. Just gonna double check. See if everything's. It looks like everything's come back, so I'll let me have a look. If actually no, is there a couple more still out? If there is, I'll no, I think they'll come back. Yeah, mine broke. My litter picker broke. That was kindly gifted to me by Richard Brown. Thanks, Matt. I need to go buy. Actually, I'll go and order one now. I'll go on Amazon now and just order one because I like just, you know, I always do it.
He was leaving about 6 times and Adam was in the garden. And I said, he's been leaving you, and he's like, oh, okay, what?
Oi, oi, everyone. Mayhem Marshy, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Just about to see a Typhoon. I thought there was just one left, the one that did that go around. Mayhem Marshy, Dieter, Dave, Forrester, Nearton, Wellerman, how you doing as well? Hope you're good. Do you know, I hadn't even worn properly my my amazing bomber jacket that was amazingly painted by Hannah Annick Hellerman from the Netherlands, who painted my Ready Teddy bomber jacket. It's been absolutely dreadful, but hey, you know, not long now. Some reasonably good weather. Been lots of circuits today, hasn't it? Been pretty good. Just got my eye on someone that's got doing the traditional plane spotting, the serial numbers. I love that. A bit like train spotting, getting the serial numbers. That's what I call the traditional spotting, isn't it? Good to see it's still there, still going. It's pretty cool, man. Circuit, of course. So it's the area is called downwind of the circuit. aero braking. It's quite common for fighter jets to do that. You'll see it quite a lot, whether it be F-15E, F-35, A or B. I've seen that quite a bit. F-16s, aero braking, a great way to slow the aircraft down without the use of brakes. Leaving the main landing gear braking system. Front nose gear doesn't actually have any brakes on it. Ooh. Ted's flown in quite a few of these Typhoons. That is all of them. Dieter, thank you very much for your super chat. A Guards March to you. Thanks for that special show yesterday evening, Nikos and TCS. Wow, so special to see those A10s landing at Lakenheath. It was pretty good, and from a personal level, it was brilliant. Sylvia King, congratulations on your 24 months membership. Been away, lovely to be back. Linked Rainbird, a high five and a Guards March. Thank you for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership. Neil Osborne, thank you very much for your 38 months membership. Nicholas and Ted, thank you. 38 months, fly by, send it. Sandy Wynn, high five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Good to have you on board. Bobby, Guards March, thank you very much. Thank you so much for the super. Bobby celebrating 7 months membership. Abro Al celebrating 3 years milestone today. Congratulations. Always love the streams from Ted HQ. Leah, known as Doc Doolittle, thanks a lot for the super chat. Margot Baxter, thank you very much for the super. Bring back the tornado. Malky Minty Stoddart, high five, Guards March. Thank you so much for gifting a Ted Coningsby membership, and congratulations Malky Minty Stoddart for 39 months membership. Who's put oi oi drops away. See you in the mess later. Drinks at 6, dinner at 7, and bandits 8 o'clock. All the very best, Nikos, Ted's and TCS family. Guards March, thank you very much. Gary Lockton, thank you very much. Shoot for oi oi. Keep up the great streams. Thank you so much. High five. Thank you for the super. Not Captain Weber, Guards March, thank you for the amazing stream yesterday. You're most welcome. It was very enjoyable. Thanks a lot for that. Dieter, thanks again for the super there. Guards March to you. DG Planebrush. Carl Portlock with 31 months membership. Guards March to you. Thanks, Nicholas Ted. Love your enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Babs R, high five. Guards March to you, Babs. Thanks a lot for your regular support there. Thank you. Jenny B, happy birthday. Thanks a lot for your super. Guards March. Andy Gruffalo celebrating 38 months membership. Good morning all. How Typhoons fly. Scathy 7575, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Fern Edwards, high five, Guards March. Thank you for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. NG Banger Videos, high five, thank you very much as well for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Orford Peace Aviation, how you been, man? Member for 10 months. Thanks for the gifted membership. Oh, what's this? Just reading something quickly. Davey, thanks for that. Yes. Yeah, so thanks for the gifted membership yesterday, and seeing the A10s brought back fond memories of them at Ben Orters and Woodbridge. Nice one, thanks a lot, Orford Peace Aviation, with 10 months. Alright, I think it's time for a recharge and tea and tiffin for myself and Ted. Right, yeah, me and Teddy are going to go and have a little bit of break, and we're going to go and get some scran, freshen up. But yeah, there we go. So no Typhoon practice display, but that's the way things go. But we've had plenty of Foon action. How we're doing? My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator, and talking to you quite a bit about the Typhoon. What a night it was yesterday. A bit of a late one for myself and Ted, and we are a little bit tired, but we'll be all right. We'll have lots of tea and get going in it. You know how it is. Nothing. I think it was the Royal Marines. I've seen in an advert say, I don't know, I think it was. I think they said there's nothing that a cup of tea can't fix. I think it's from the Royal Marines, but there you go. Pretty cool. And it's true, I love tea. Pretty good. I tried the Twinings breakfast tea yesterday. That was good. I love tea. I love different tea. I love just trying tea. It's good. Tea is good. Tea for Typhoon. Tea for Typhoon. But there we go. So it's all good. And we're just going to go on a little break. The camera will still be rolling, so don't panic. Don't go anywhere. Go and grab yourself a cup of tea if you're into your tea. I'm going to go and have some scran as well, and go and just get the batteries recharged and see what else is going to happen. But in the meantime, I'll leave you with these lovely Foons. I'll catch you in a moment. So they are just refueling, and you never know, we may get another sortie when we come back. So stay tuned and get yourself all refreshed and recharged. In fact, speaking of recharge, I'm going to go and swap the mags over now. Aircraft are filled up straight away, because it stops the condensation build up inside the fuel tanks, which is not good, because water and fuel condensation becomes a bit more explosive, so not a good thing to do. So two things: one, it's safety, it's ready to go for the next sortie as well. See you in a bit.
Captain.
See ya, take care, bye now. Can't have a rest, can I? Hey? Let me just pop that over there. I've got just going to sign a bit of artwork for this little Ted fan. I'll be right back. Let me just move the camera this way a little bit. How you doing? All right.
got some rig going on here.
surface wind 2903, 9 knots. Visibility 40 kilometers. Clouds scattered at 2,800 feet, broken at 7,500 feet, and 5 air temperature, flood 1-4, dew point, flood, 9 journey, 102, 9.
Station either one of the CFR, Lincoln, and 30. The 1 o'clock onward.
Anything from the BMF? What are you now thinking?
Get shy.
Can you put that back in?
do get a bit excited, so maybe I'm on the board. Yeah, okay, you want the group? There's a Facebook page. Just winging it, really.
It's not a BBMF practice. There's nothing out. There's nothing. Nothing crossing that road. There is buildings.
I've never seen one up close.
Everywhere. Yeah, so there might be still around. roll.
How we doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Sorry for those in Discord, right? For those in Discord, this one's for you. It always cracks me up. I won't say too much, but have a look in Discord. I get this quite a lot, and I do find it amusing. And it gets to a point where I kind of yeah. Enjoy that one. That's just for you, all in our Ted Coningsby Discord server there. Dieter, yeah, always in the down, that's the shutdown position. When the Typhoon shuts down, you'll notice, how are we doing, by the way? Let me just go around a minute. Let's have a little look. You'll notice when the Typhoon puts the four planes in the downwards position to slow down when it's just coming to land, you'll notice they level off, and then when they shut down again, when the Typhoon literally whistles down, the four planes go down into the downwards position. Pretty cool, isn't it? Little blast off. some echoing of my voice from someone in a minute. Try and get something for it. One second. Just getting myself all sorted. Let's have a look what we got here. Let's have a little bit look about the history. Let's have a look what else we got in here. Maybe a departure. Hang on a minute. Cool. Before I go into history, there could be a departure in a moment. Could be, not 100% sure. I'm just keeping my eye down there. There could be a takeoff. I'm not 100% sure just yet, so just hang in there by the way.
I see what happened down the other end.
Yeah, Dieter, that's absolutely right, mate.
I don't understand.
Oh, Siri doesn't understand. So yeah, Dieter, so when the Typhoon is shut down, the 4 planes will be in the downward position, and of course on startup they will literally retract to this level position as well. So yeah, that is correct. The shutdown position for the 4 planes is in that downward position. They do, when they go in for their maintenance, they do get recalibrated and checked that they're not even like a 0.1 of a degree out. They are checked. So the 4 planes are actually, when they're in the factory for maintenance or wherever it is that they'll get maintained, they do actually calibrate the 4 planes, because of course if they are out by 1 degree, that could have absolutely colossal effects on the Typhoon's performance. They need to be calibrated and make sure that they are literally pinpoint to the absolute accuracy. Craig Davis, how you doing? Bora da to you as well, hope you're good. Yeah, there's quite a lot of calibration that needs doing on those 4 planes to make sure, like I said, if they are out by a degree or 1 degree, that would have an absolute massive effect on the Typhoon's performance. Take care, mate. See ya.
that's customer service.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears, hope we're all good. I thought there was going to be a departure, but I'm not 100% sure. Something is flashy. Give me 1 second, I'm just going to put my radio on discreet, 1 sec.
Go on in.
Where is it?
We're going to swap with your tab now.
That's good. Right, how we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Just got the got my. I've just put the ground frequency on just in case, but it's so yeah. Officially, wave 1 is complete. I know what will happen. I'll talk history. I'll tell you, I'm going to attempt it. I'm going to talk history, and we're going to get aircraft, right? We're so getting aircraft. Yeah, honestly, I think this is it's the only way to make it. We're going to make this work out. Oh gosh. Now, let me just pop that over there. There we go. How we doing, ladies, gents, and teddy bears? So, I'm going to talk history and we're going to get a takeoff, I bet you. It'll be all good like that. Always works all the time. How we doing? My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman. And I haven't done a bit of history just yet, but we will do in just a moment. Hope we're all good and well. How we doing? Hope we're feeling. Been plenty of departures today. Nice to get a pairs departure and a pairs landing today as well, which was pretty cool. But welcome to the show, ladies and teddy bears, with our 5 Typhoon squadrons and a base that was opened in November of November the 4th, 1940. But of course, the vicinity does have a lot of history from the First World War as well. Although there wasn't an airfield during the First World War here, there were plenty about, such as Brattleby. For those that know Brattleby, that was actually RAF Scampton. There was also Scopwick, which ended up being renamed to RAF Digby. There we go. But welcome to Bomber County, as it's known, and it was started life as a bomber station, and we are in England's second largest county. And like I said, during the war, this county was nicknamed a bomber county. There was as many as 46 airfields in this county, and with an average of about 7 miles between each station. Now, I tell you what, it was quite nice to see that book at 1K like. Thank you, Davey. Thanks for the update on the 1,000 likes. Let's have a little look at the map of Lincolnshire during the Second World War. Let's have a little. In fact, for the UK, there was 600 airfields in the UK. About 440 or so were Royal Air Force, and 160 were either built or functioned and converted to United States Air Forces. So 160 and about 440. So 440 to the RAF use, and 160 to United States Army Air Force use. So let's have a little look at our Lincolnshire airfield there. Look. What I've done, we've got green for a World War I airfield, and we've got blue for the Royal Air Force airfield during the Second World War. These sort of roundels here, they were both World War I and then kept going to World War II as well, for both, so there's quite a bit there. As you can see, I'll tell you what, have a look at this. I didn't do too bad. Here's one from a book. Here's one I made earlier. Let's have a look how it differs. So 7 miles was an average between each airfield to airfield. It wasn't too bad. Don't forget, this book was given to me, what, last week, by our good friend. I didn't do too bad. It's not that out, is it? Look at that, I didn't do too bad, did I? Willoughby Hills. Where's Willoughby Hills? On there, that seems to be missing. I've got some extra, but then I've got oh yeah, I know why. Silly me. World War I airfields, isn't it? That's why. And then you've got World War II airfields on here, so that'll be why. So didn't do too bad. Look at that, eh? You'll notice that Hull Beach has been omitted because it was actually a bombing range from 1926. So count it as an airfield? Maybe not, right? So that's probably why it's not there. But just to give you an idea, I mean, 7 miles between the next airfield. So, Waddington wasn't far, and then Waddington wasn't far from Metheringham, between Scampton, Colby Grange. I mean, that's really close. In fact, the control tower was actually still there, trying its best to stay proudly. So you got Woodhall Spa and, of course, Coningsby. Woodhall Spa was the satellite station to Coningsby, and then just to the east you got East Kirkby, and then to the east of East Kirkby you got Spilsby, so on and so on. So they were very, very close together. There's Stamford. This is where Ted was technically born in some ways, or found. That's Ted's sort of founding. Yeah, that's where Ted was founded, really. But the thing is, he was kind of, I don't know, Ted's got kind of two birthplaces. This is where he was won in a raffle, and here, this is where he was founded as Ted Coningsby. Started off as a pilot officer. Yes, he was ranked with his first flight. It does actually say pilot officer in ZJ914's logbook. I know, right? For those that do all the ley lines, look at that, exact north. Look, we'll follow the line, look, to Magna, and then to wherever, Gox Hill. There we go. We're getting all like Stonehenge and Neolithic airfields and that, eh? Oh, amazing. Oh, there we go. So so that was the status of Britain's airfield. So like I said, I mean, World War I there were 300, and then after World War I, about 1924, it went down to about 27 in 1924, and then of course the the looming Second World War. And after the Second World War, just so you know how many there was, like I said, 600, 440 with the Royal Air Force and about 160 for United States Air Force use. But just before Coningsby was built, if we step back all the way to the First World War, the county was defending Britain against the Zeppelin raid. Speaking of Holbeach, that corridor, or at least the wash, acted like a corridor. Probably better to just show you. That corridor here, you might not be able to see it.
Taxi holding point Alpha 1, enter runway 25, report established from the alarm. 51028, taxi Alpha 1, enter and establish.
Talk history, you get aircraft. There you go. I thought I'd have it on the ground there. So there we go. We're going to get departure. Works all the, well, almost all the time, doesn't it? But we'll continue with the history a little bit later on. I can continue just while we're here, but yeah, it was defending against the Zeppelin raids, and the German force were using the Wash as a corridor, as a sort of indicator to turn south to bomb, to even bomb Norfolk, for example. They'd use that as well. I know it was entering sort of Lincolnshire, but they'd use that as a real like vigilant, you know, landmark that they can see. So but luckily many of the airfields were recalled for expansion, and by 1935 the military airfields began to rise again. And like I mentioned earlier in the stream, 1936 Bomber Command was formed, along with Fighter Command and the Coastal Command. The Training Command function as the command for the operational training units. That took place in 1940. I think we've got 2 Typhoons. The runways or airfields, they kind of matched the aircraft, so they started life out as grass runways. They were excellent for fighters and fighter bombers and lighter bombers too. We've all seen movies, you know, with that sort of bird's eye view, with an airfield getting bombed and Spitfires taxiing helplessly and hastily, and you know, at the end of the day, a grass runway, even though there's actually one here as well, there is a grass runway. Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
What is that?
Let's
have a look what we got. What's going on here? Yeah, so grass runway suitable for lighter aircraft, but as the aircraft got heavier and heavier, you know, they had to eventually upgrade them, and you know, there was always a stretch of grass when an airfield would come under attack that a Spitfire or a light bomber could take off from at the end of the day. You know, it doesn't have to be that, but the grass runway, it's just here, look, with those little day glows there, and here, look, the start of one. The chipmunks use it for training, but it was eventually decided by the Air Ministry that any airfields that were built after December 1940, so be it 1st of January of 1941, they were to be built with hardened Class A configured runways. Right, these are on the ORP, Operational Readiness Platform. Are they giving this priority? What's going on here? Hello? Giving way for something, or something coming in, or this is like the EOR at Lakenheath, the end of runway, a safe place. But actually, interestingly, here I want you to go back in time, 1962 to 64, because where the Typhoons are parked would have been the crew bus, and just along to the right of it you would have had Vulcans lined up. I know. There were Vulcans here. Sounds like Lake Heath, high and dry. And of course, if you are in the area, don't forget to visit the Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. There is a museum there, gift shop, coffee shop, and you can book. I can't remember how much it is now. Last time I checked it was about £11.50 for a hangar tour. There's also the Lincolnshire Aviation Heritage Centre, East Kirkby, wonderful place. Again, check online on their websites for opening times, etc., and tickets. And there's also the Metheringham Airfield Visitor Centre, another wonderful place. And you've also got Newark Air Museum, not too far away. You've also got Cranwell Heritage Centre as well. We've got 3 Typhoons on the ORP. Another Typhoon just started up. Welcome to the show. How are we all doing? Hope we're all feeling good. But yes, when heavier bombers started to arrive, especially like the likes of the Lancaster and the Halifax as well. The Halifax came before the Lancaster. That's got a right history, the Lancaster, with being, so be it, being the Avro Manchester first of all, which if you tune into our Waddington streams as well, I'll talk to you about that. But anything after December 1940, set by the Air Ministry, they put out a document to say that any airfields for bomber command use for heavy aircraft were to be constructed with hardened Class A configured runways. Grass runways were prone to getting waterlogged and damaged in that respect, so it was time for the hardened Class A configured runways. Like I said, anything after December of 1940. Plans to build Coningsby though began in 1937. It was on the 4th of November 1940. Coningsby was ready to operate with its grass runway, again because it was before December that it was decided to be built, so hence it had that. But the first residents though didn't mind grass runways. First to arrive and operate from Coningsby was on the 23rd of February 1941, and it was 106 Squadron with Zulu November who were operating the Handley Page Hamden. Handley Page Hamden bomber, here we go. 83 Squadron were the first to operate this. Came out with the same specification, B9/32, same as the Wellington bomber that we said yesterday. Able to take 4,000 pounds of payload. It was pilots deemed this as a fighter bomber because it was quite manoeuvrable. There were no. Oh, hello. Here we go. All right, takeoff time. I love this. Talk history, get aircraft. I love that. So that was a QRA takeoff. Training, that is, don't panic. Don't want to panic anyone. So they're a lot heavier, but by no means does it affect the Typhoon's performance. Goodness me. It was well and truly sent. Oi, oi! How are we doing? Hope we're all good. So we've got some startups going on, I think. Won't be long till we get the next wave out of the way. But yeah, it's wonderful. Even has, although in not the best circumstance, this poor Handley Page Hampden with the Zulu November. So this was Coningsby's. Look at that! Look at this! I love this. When you get a book that has exactly what you need. Look at that! So this is a Handley Page Hampden Coningsby AD 746. Sadly, looks like it's seen better days, unfortunately. So again, it was called the Flying Suitcase, nicknamed the Flying Suitcase, sorry. Nickname, also Flying Tadpole, and I think it had another nickname as well with that, but and that was because of its boom fuselage. Because of its boom fuselage. Look at that, just if you're claustrophobic, this was not the aircraft for you. Just a simple 1 meter, that's 3 feet wide fuselage. It had no facilities, so pilots often had to improvise when they were out on a few hours mission that if you needed to go. Sorry about that. Crew of 4, and you know, started life with the Bristol Pegasus engines, the 1,000 horsepower. In fact, oh, there you go, nice startup. In fact, it kept its Bristol Pegasus, but there was a Napier engine, wasn't there? They did try that. It was like an inline engine. It's called the Handley Page Hereford, if I remember correctly. But that didn't go down too well, by the way, so they ended up using them as training aircraft. Listen to that. Sounds pretty good, doesn't it? But yeah, our first squadron, 106 Squadron, the Zulu November, which for those that visited Metheringhams Airfield Visitor Centre would see that because they did eventually go when the station was closed in August of 1942 till September 1943 to have the hardened Class A configured runways. The squadrons obviously went away. It's 97 already operating from Woodhall Spa, by the way. I know I've skipped a bit of history, but I'm clearly not going to be able to do it today because there's loads of startups. But 106 Squadron with the Lancaster and Wing Commander Guy Gibson, who was actually a Wing Commander here, just 23 years old with 106 Squadron. I know, amazing, right? How cool is that? He was the youngest Wing Commander of Bomber Command, and yeah, some people just weren't too sure about him, you know, with the age and that kind of thing. But he had a reputation for flying. He didn't like desk jobs. It wasn't always common for a Wing Commander to go flying, and that he did. He improved 106 Squadron, because 106 Squadron were having a bit of a problem with the Handley Page Hampden bomber, because, well, they had the highest loss rate. But Wing Commander Guy Gibson came along, and they did convert to the Manchester as well. But of course, for those that know the show regularly would know that this the Avro Manchester had a really bad, not only a reputation, but it really didn't see the end of the war. But it gave birth to the Avro Lancaster. But oh well, history on another day. Donnie, how you doing, man? Donnie, if you're still tuned in, man, are you about at Conington on the 5th of April? Wacky Wabbit, what you doing? Talk to me. If you are, I'll be there, man. I'll be filming the memorial for Miss Ida. Living the dream. Good to see you. Feels like I've seen you just a minute ago. Woo, yeah. Well, if you have just joined us and love military aviation, you will love the Ted Coningsby channel. You can help the channel and support it by clicking and giving us a that's a really good word, Nikos. Giving us a thumbs up and subscribing to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. In fact, just give me a moment. I'm just going to have a swig of water. Yeah, I know, water, not tea. Just a bit of water.
Which one? This one? One in three? Oh, yeah. How long do you want to stay?
Oi!
Excuse me,
Hello.
do you know if there's a Spitfire taking up this afternoon?
I don't.
Well, I've just come out of the BBMF hangar talking to one of the mechanics, and he said we were open to flight about 3 o'clock.
Oh, well, that'll be good, wouldn't it?
Good.
That'll be nice. 2 o'clock?
I think he said round after 3 o'clock.
Ah, nice. Well, whenever. Fingers crossed.
And I think it's the Mark 5.
Ooh. Thanks for that. Corey, how you doing? Oi to you. Donnie Edwards, cool man. Hope to see you on the 5th. Donnie is a wonderful chap, part of the crew of the Wacky Wabbit, the Wabbiteers. Brilliant. And operating not far from my home, so that's all good.
different levels. You know what they call it? The pilots come running to the planes top. They're still lessons, I think it's still here. He's probably
Oh, look at them all parked up there all happily. Look at this. Beautiful. Full there. Looking good. Yeah, Donnie, nice one. Glad you enjoyed that, buddy. Yeah, it would be good, wouldn't it? It's the first time I've seen him actually, so it was amazing to see the. I mean, I've always been talking about indirectly, of course, the Thunderbolt 2 in regards to the. Right. Right, here we go. So aircraft, for those in a rush to see these go, it's relax, enjoy them while they're here. No rush, enjoy your day. Everything needs clearance, even starting up the Typhoon. And once you start it up, you need clearance to taxi. And once you get taxied, you will be instructed on where to hold. And you must not proceed until air traffic controller gives you the approval to proceed to your next step. By then, when you have been told to line up and wait, you need to make sure that all your checks have been completed. You don't want to be that pilot that hasn't done all the checks and you're ready to go. That would not be a good scenario. But at this level, you wouldn't be doing that. Off we go, right. see the Typhoon's canopy coated there with a special coating, because the canopy inside the cockpit actually and the inlets is where the worst parts for any enemy radar to hang around and bring back a real strong radar cross section. So what you can do is apply a special coating to your canopy, because inside there's a lot of electrics going on, a lot of components inside there, which will bring back a very strong radar cross section. So you get a little coating, you know, a little bit of special spray. I don't know where from, probably from Halfords, just kidding. And that will stop those nasties from trying to get in. Again, the inlets and intakes, again, it's all to do with design and what you got in there. Some of it is classified, of course. Thanks a lot, Leighton Prado. Thank you very much. All right, here we go. Oh yeah, sorry, Typhoons. Just one sec. Sorry. Look at them in there. Yes. Look at them. Hello. And you're tuned in to the Ted Coningsby Wildlife channel. No, just kidding. Hey, hang on. Look, it's a two-sheet. Two-sheet, get it? No, okay, right. Another one taxiing out now for departure. Paulie Cat, how you doing, Steve? Hope you're good. Gary Devanch, how you doing? Margot, how you doing? Leighton Prado, Ian McCabe, Davey, hope we're all good and well. Look at these two. Look at that. 345 just coming in on the inside. Got 325 just coming in on the right. They're coming on to the last furlong, and it's the last hurdle to go. And 325 just taking in on the 345, and it's just taking in on the last hurdle, and it's the last furlong. And it's right. Did you put a bet on that? Gas, nice one, man. Hope you're all good, man. There's quite a bit going on with this. It's like a carousel of typhoons. It'd be a good fair, wouldn't it? And like a merry-go-round of typhoons, isn't it?
Dragon 1 starting up.
That's why I'm going down to turn around. Is it hot? I can't go down.
Hope we're all good, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Mark Dudley, good afternoon to you. How you doing? Gavin Elliott, here he is. Hope you're well. Park's full, and it's nice to see everyone. Oh, yeah. Let me just, gosh, get with it, mate. There's a takeoff, you know, takeoff. Things that leave the ground and go up in the sky. Okay. Oh gosh, that's a bit of a roar, isn't it? Sorry about that. I know you've got a nice little view of the barbed wire there. But... myself ready for food time. Typhoon taxiing out with purpose. It looks like the jet that Dragon went to taxi out in. So you never know, it might be fixed. Or maybe the cloud just wasn't good enough. It could be that, I don't know. It was quite low, the cloud this morning, so you can't just have it at 500 feet. It's going to need double that clearance, so a good 1,000 feet, I think, would be the cloud base to do it. You can't just have it at 500 feet, because the display's at 500 feet hard deck, so it's going to need potentially another 500 on top of that. So it could have been that. I just don't know. I don't have any answers for you. You know, we don't work here, so you know, we're not given that information. We don't have rights to it, certainly, and just literally, as long as the aircraft and, of course, the pilot is all good and well, that's all we need to, you know, that's all we need to. Right, here we go. go. that is. So that was call sign Dragon 1 2026 RAF Typhoon display pilot. Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation on the controls for his second 500-foot display. He's just got to do another maybe one or two before moving on to what's called minimums. So minimums are literally the hard deck for the actual display is still at 500 feet. But there are two exceptions, a 100-foot hard deck for a flat high-speed pass and 300 feet hard deck for a steep turn. All right, so don't get confused by thinking the hard deck's at 100 feet for the display. That's pretty low. And don't forget, these maneuvers are normally performed at tens of thousands of feet. So having done and completed 10, finally, 1,500-foot practice displays, after completing 10, the shock to the system of going all the way down 1,000 feet lower to 500 feet. It is a bit of a shock, to say the least, but after that it's down to minimus, and after that it is literally keep going and work your way to the PDA, a public display authorization, an authorization to be able to perform at air shows, festivals, anywhere where you need to do to perform a display. It is almost like a certificate and almost like an insurance and authority to be able to do so. The Red Arrows as a team will be able to do that as well. They will need it. You cannot display in the UK. I assume they have something similar abroad in other countries. I'm not familiar with that, but I know that they will need like a verification, something like this for their completion to authorize a display. Now the thing is, once it's completed, brilliant. Normally you have the chief AOC arrive to watch it with a few auditors and exam, checking out the display. It's literally, is it safe? That is the whole idea. Is the display safe for public? And hopefully the BBMF will need to get one as well. Now once the completion of the PDA is complete and successful, you will need to make sure that you don't go more than 10 days without some form of display. Now what I mean by that is a practice or an actual display. If you lapse that time, you will lose your PDA, and I don't have the answer to know what happens after that. What I can tell you is once successful, with the exception of the Red Arrows, they will display teams will be able to wear a black suit. Probably after the Black Knights, who at RAF Odium were the first to wear black display suits. That was in 1947, flying the de Havilland Vampires, so could be that. So Tom will be giving clearance to run in for his display. Come on, Tom, give it some Dragon 01. as we're just waiting for clearance for Tom to run in for his display. Just sort of a round day holding pattern over Spilsby at the moment, making some noise over there.
It's got to be 2, 3. Alright.
Argan, how you doing? Hope you're good, mate. Yeah, I believe so. Yes, you're right there. Where did this wind come from?
One of the United Bomber, the other one of the air superiority.
simple, but it looks amazing. Well, it's not simple, is it?
Sorry?
Look at this, 120 knots, and then the Typhoon will show off its thrust to weight ratio in just a moment. Well, I hope you enjoyed that. That was Dragon 01 there on the controls. Thanks a lot, Captain A. Thanks a lot for your kind words. It's not easy. Do you know what? What's really annoying is the wind really picked up during that display, and now that it's oh, here he comes in for one more comes in for a running break. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. I think someone's quite excited behind me about that.
frontline actors.
Ah, yeah, that would be nice, wouldn't it? The fake landing. Now this shed over here, I always think it's like a little face. Look, look at this. Look, hello. The two eyes. Look, hello. Sorry. Oh gosh, can't help it. I love stuff like that. You know what Ted's going to do? He's going to wave like mad. His Welsh flag. Tom, born in Wales, in Pontypridd. Yeah, it's this is definitely live. That was a live landing. It was. I know. There's a bit of a joke about my about whether I am real. All the people here, everyone in this car park is an NCP. It's a non-playable NPC, a non-playable character. Even me, Ted, we're all not real. This is the matrix of the Ted Coningsby kind. None of us are real. The people I talk to, none of us are real. No one's real. Because apparently there was an amazing landing that was done in 2022. I think Paddy did it as well. And apparently it was all CGI that I've managed to quickly whip up in real life. Which is amazing, you know. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. But I can assure you that all this is real. Everyone is real. There's people there, the gentleman down there, everyone's real. It was the most bizarre thing I've ever heard. And I've had it a few times. It wasn't just one. It wasn't just once I heard that. It was the most unbelievable accusation I've ever heard in my life. Like, that wasn't real. So, okay. So if you put that into context, everyone right here is all an NPC, a non-playable character in this little world. That right, Ted, come on, mate. Enough about that. Let's get your flag out. So that's going to be right like that. I'm just playing with visual effects there. So that's our Flight Lieutenant Tom Nation. Bless him. absolutely brilliant. He'll be proud with that, and his supervisor will be happy with that, I would have thought. Very, very smooth, fast, furious, and he does make it roar like a dragon. I really like that. It's a good call sign, actually. Really good. He'd be proud of that. Well, I am. We are all proud of that. We've all got, you know, we're all going to be supporting him at air shows for sure. And don't forget, we've got our Ted Coningsby Display Awards. Yeah, absolutely, David. That's a good one. The leaping dragon. I like that. Yep. Tell you what, for those that like the beluga, now that the sky, now that we've got blue skies. Oh, and even Tom's waiting for us, look, to finish with the beluga. I like that. He's an avid plane spotter as well. He's a Typhoon pilot through and through as well. He hasn't flown any other fighter jet other than the Typhoon. That was quite funny. More departures to go. We're going to finish up in probably about 40 minutes time. And this is a good example. Look, you can see the tip of the stabilizer there, the tip of the tail, look, and the nose, slightly different grey where all the look at those nozzles. Look at that, nice. We didn't really talk about the engine today, but that's fine. Leaves room for next time. there's 21 of you that haven't subscribed, that would be pretty good, because if there's 21 non-subscribers that do subscribe to the Ted Coningsby channel, we'll be making our own history again. We'll be reaching 128,000 subscribers. That is pretty good. That is very achievable, if I'm allowed to say that. It's not far, and again, a tribute to all of you, a true testament to all of you who have followed us from day one, wherever you joined. When did you join? How many did we have? I did manage to meet a sub 100, no, not 100k, just 100. It was a sub 100. It was by the username of Ryanair 01, Ryanair 001. If you remember, I just imagined, you know, someone in their 30s. It was just someone who was about 14 years old, and I met him and his father at the Typhoon display evening a couple of years back. It's amazing, isn't it, when you see usernames and your brain starts to create something that really is far out, completely not far from the truth. And even the trucker, is it trucker man? Again, I just imagine someone, you know, baseball hat, beard, tattoos, and again, it was just a youngster. It's hilarious. So yeah, there's about 21 of you who haven't subscribed yet. If do join us, this is what we do. Also, while I'm here as well, if I've still got it on me, don't forget, there's lots of ways to, oh no, I might have, oh no, I haven't got it. Visit our online store, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Again, keep Claire busy on the online store. Visit tedconingsby.co.uk. We've got various patches, merchandise such as clothing, t-shirts, and all sorts, key rings, posters, signed prints, limited edition prints. It is literally, in some ways, a family-run channel. It's just lovely to be able to do this, and it's all thanks to all of you. It's picked up a notch up here. Goodness me. Wow. Wow. Right, so just not long to go before we finish up for the day. Daniel Roberts, how you doing? Hope you're good. Alex Blackcap, hope you're all good. So we'll just see what we're going to get in the next half an hour or so, just in case. Yeah, so that's a good question. If you've got any questions about the Typhoon, let me know and I'll do my best to answer it. Yes, that's right, that is the APU Auxiliary Power Unit, and that's basically the exhaust for it, and that's just literally burnt fuel, the soot. So I love doing this. It's a bit of dry painting there, pretty cool. I don't know if you can see that from the see that there? Yeah, that one there, right? So when on startup, is you can start the Typhoon just with a push of a button, and that's the auxiliary power unit. Exhaust there. Right, I think we got really a set time, although it's usually around 5 o'clock, but sometimes they go on nights as well. Okay. But today I think it's around about 5, but they can just fly whenever they want, to be honest.
Yeah, how many squadrons are here? Is there
5.
5?
Yes.
Normally, 5. And I'm assuming, is one in Cyprus currently, one in Bahrain?
Oh, I couldn't tell you. Don't know.
Yeah.
Don't know.
My grandson thinks he knows.
No, I don't know. Sorry about that.
There's a lot of warthogs apparently flying into Mildenhall today.
There's a, sorry?
A lot of warthogs flying into Mildenhall.
Lakenheath.
Is it Lakenheath?
Yeah, I was there last night. There was 12 of them then, and there should be, well, I heard that there could be another 12, but who knows?
Well, Jack was saying they were crossing the Atlantic.
Who knows? Yeah. David Smart, boy, fabulous stream last night with the F-22s and A-10s. Not seen much today, been at work and just back a short time ago. thanks a lot. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed that. Also for me, it's the first time I've seen the A10s. I mean, they're a legendary, iconic aircraft, aren't they? They are. So someone said, are they a fighter jet? They're not. They're actually a close air support jet. So it's there when you need them. If you're on the ground, you're going to need, if you need close air support, then you call in the A10s. They're the Thunderbolt 2 A10s, and legendary, aren't they, really? They are literally, like I said, the A stands for attack, so it is like an attack, but its main function is close air support. Pretty impressive. Delivery on this. Civilian just yet, but there are a few people concerned about my civilian aircraft antics. Oh dear. Gonna look pretty interesting on ADSB then. So here we go, one on initial now. Probably one of the be one of the rigid flights. was in last week. And yeah, it was. Because someone didn't turn the battery on. So there was an unexpected end. How you doing? All right? Good.
Last time I was down at the Christmas mountain.
Oh yeah, you've been all right?
2 years ago.
You've been okay?
Yeah.
Good. Kenneth Williams, thank you very much. Hope you're good. Argan, Margot, thanks all of you that's tuned in. Otto, the little blue monkey. Yes, there was a Hawker Typhoon, similar role to the P-47 Thunderbolt. Marching. Arthur Jackson, a high five to you. Thank you very much for joining the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards march to you. Thank you very much indeed. Also, Full Burner, high five. Thank you for upgrading your membership to the Posh Officers Club. Craig Davis as well, a Guards march to you. A high five. Craig Davis for joining the Posh Officers Club. Carlos is a member for 4 months. Saw the A10s in the flesh. What a sight. Yeah, it was amazing, wasn't it? It bit windy, isn't it, Ted? Hey man, how you doing? All right? How's it all going? Good. Yeah, it was good, thanks. Yeah, really good. Yeah, really good day. So just about to finish up and head back. Yeah, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. Question for you. You know, last night you went down to
Oh, okay. Well, the thing is, it wasn't guaranteed. I was there till like I got that. So it's not guaranteed. I mean, it was supposed to come Saturday, so if I told you to go Saturday, and then it was supposed to come Sunday. They went tech again. Yeah, again. Just one of those. So I can tell you the days, but just remember that it might not happen. They have, but there's another lot of A10s today, I think.
Yeah, it was 60.
12, I think it's another 12. But again, if the tanker goes tech, that's it. They maybe some of them, yeah, think could do. There's still 2 F-35Cs unless they've gone today. But yeah, so it's just one of those things. But yeah, it was supposed to all be on Saturday, and something happened to the weather. That was at the weather stateside. So, yeah.
Now the weather's much better here.
Yeah, it's getting there now. It's getting there. Not too bad. But yeah, it's been pretty good. Very good. So yeah, I think I'm just gonna wait till 15 minutes just in case the Spitfire.
There's nothing out there at the moment.
Okay. Alright, well that'll do then. Maybe it's too windy. Yeah, maybe the wind. Yeah.
He did say to the people that I've been out down
Oh, right. Well, yeah, I was thinking 3 o'clock. Spitfire now, couldn't you?
3 o'clock.
Yeah, now I'm finishing at 3. Nothing happened, so just another 15 or I'll just slowly finish up. Yeah, all good. No worries. Oh, hi, how you doing? You okay? fingers crossed. Hope you have a good day. Yeah, it was amazing. Yeah, it was good. Nice. Cool. Well, keep up the good work. I'm gonna just yep, the Spitfire's out. Yeah, it's out. Here we go. Colin, Spitfire's out. Yeah. See ya. Right. Just give me a sec. I've just got to reset. Give me a sec, right? Don't panic. I've got to turn the camera on and off. 2 seconds. Don't panic. The screen's going to go black. Oh, yes! Awesome! I don't think I've ever had a wave from AB910 before. Well, an iconic fighter of World War II.
I don't think.
You got his jumper? All right.
Looks like they're using runway 30. I like this. Runway 30, pretty good. So yes, Coningsby does have a runway 12 and 30. Isn't it? I love this. Runway 12 and 30 used by the BBMF and light aircraft where there's some strong crosswinds, and this is AB910. served during World War II. And is also a kind of indirectly linked with the story of Ted's Beret as well. And of course took Women's Auxiliary Air Force engineer Margaret Horton on an unexpected Spitfire flight on the back of one of these. It's come back from a major overhaul and service. Runway 30. To get out of the way. I think we've got Magnum PI. I think Mark Head was in that. Matronator's helicopter, that one. Just needs a man with a Hawaiian shirt, moustache, medallion, hairy chest, some type of weapon hanging out, you know, an MP5, some special aviator sunglasses hanging out, because they don't make helicopters out anymore, do they? Well, actually they do, but it's called the Apache. So this is airframe AB910, built by the Supermarine Castle Bromwich factory in Birmingham. Served with 222 Squadron at North Weald, and 1941 in October. Served with 130 Squadron, flew 12 missions, got damaged in combat, and was operating from RAF Perranporth. Also had a spell at Biggin Hill in 42. And, did some patrols in Scotland as well. Here we go. fighter jets, or at least from one era of fighter aircraft to another. It certainly deserves all the status it needs.
Well, I get the car. Ford, yeah.
The genius of R.J. Mitchell. About whether they will be taken off shortly due to the fact that they do have a well, it's that time of year. It's you know, April tomorrow. Also saw service at RAF Digby with 402 Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron 416 as well at Tangmere. Also at RAF Hibblestone in 1944 with 53 Operational Training Unit, where of course she took a flight with an extra passenger. It was Margaret Horton who was giving a helping hand with a rough weather procedure, as the Spitfire's landing gear is quite narrow. During rough weather they would have crew hang on to the tail so that it wouldn't literally flip on its nose. And the pilot actually took off with Margaret still hanging off on there. And it got to about 600 feet. She was clinging on for dear life on the elevator. And the pilot was clearly, you know, just clearly knowing that something was wrong with the elevators or something wrong with the aircraft. And Margaret nearly blacked out. Of course you would, you know, being 600 feet, been taken away, whisked off your feet by a Spitfire. So he contacted air traffic control to say, look, I need to come down, there's something wrong. One source suggests that they didn't tell the pilot that he had a woman on the back of there, because that could have, you know, startled the pilot. So the pilot and Margaret and the Spitfire managed to land safely, and Margaret's beret came off. Now, she actually jumped off the Spitfire as it just touched down, and she went to go and get her beret. Now this is the connection with Ted's beret, why I decided to keep Ted's beret, you know, adaptable, movable. So every time it comes off, it's in honor of Margaret Horton. Now the thing is, Margaret went back to go and get the beret. You know, she risked her life to go and get that beret, and at the time the berets were issued by the King, and it was a 2-week forfeit of your wages if you were to lose your beret. So Margaret, you know, casually picked up a beret and went for a fag and a cup of tea, literally. And which is why I decided that every time Ted's beret comes off, it's in honor of Margaret Horton. So that's the connection, indirectly, of course. I don't want to take away the beautiful story of Margaret's legendary thing there. And May 1945, switched to 527 Squadron at RAF Digby with radar calibration unit. It served quite a lot, you know. And in 1965, it was owned by and operated by the Battle of Britain Memorial Flights. It's, you know, a very legendary aircraft indeed. She's back, of course. She flies again with a new livery, and she now represents a Royal Canadian Air Force. She is a Mark 5, a Mark 5B, and she now, if I remember correctly, 402 City of Winnipeg Royal Canadian Air Force Squadron.
Air Spitfire.
So pretty amazing. So 402, because that's where she served at RAF Digby, 402 Royal Canadian Air Force. She flew cover patrols over Normandy beachheads on D-Day, so she did actually operate during D-Day. She flew patrol missions. Just to the northwest of Spilsby at the moment, We'll see where she's going to go. If she has gone for a jolly somewhere. Yeah, yeah, no worries. It's worth coming back. She is a Spitfire Mark 5B, most produced Spitfire variant. Somewhere in the region of over 6,400 of them were made. They served literally as a bit of a stopgap in some ways to the next marks of Spitfire. It was literally to combat the improved German fighters such as the 109F, which the Mark V, featuring the more powerful Merlin 45s, with 1,470 horsepower.
No.
Some of them did have the Merlin 50 and Merlin 55s. The B, this one's, I believe this is the Mark 5B, so it would have had a B wing, as we say, with 2 Hispano 20mm cannons and 4 machine guns. Okay, she's not far. Well, the AB910 has, what a way to get 128,000 subscribers. Wow. That's, thank you very much. Goodness me. Bit of a nice run in the skies there. She's got a very important fly pass to do next week. I think it is. Is it next week or the week after? Yeah, it'd be next week, wouldn't it? subscribers in 6 days. That's pretty amazing, isn't it? Wow. Thank you very much. I've got a lot of books on the Spitfire. Loads of books. Goodness me. Nation. Yeah. Hey man, how you doing? All right? Yes. Hello mate, you all right? Oh, no worries. You okay? You had a good day?
We've not long been here. We came by one.
Okay. All right.
And one of the SAS blew from the no flaps landed.
All right. Okay. Cool.
Obviously went on
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice one. Yeah, you too, man. You too. Good to meet you, mate. Nice one. No worries. Cheers, man. Yeah, well, enjoy it. Yeah, check this out. Look what I've got here. You'll love this. Look at that. Still got this here. One of many books that I've got. It's quite a spectacular. I've got tons of these, older than this, and it's pretty good to have. Really amazing. Goodness me. Managed to get hold of all sorts of stuff here. Amazing. Actually got, if you look at the stats and info of AB910, tells you about Margaret Horton as well, who was tail-ridden the aircraft to the end of the runway as a normal practice, but she had no time to dismount and the pilot took off. Amazing, isn't it? Absolutely brilliant. Lovely bit of history to have. I've got loads of these. Really cool. Tells you all about the history. Got Spitfire history here. Of course, the legendary prototype, 5th of March 1936 as well. Look at it. Amazing. Such an icon, really, wasn't it? Such an iconic aircraft. And BBMF, Battle of Britain Memorial Flight. Look there, we've got 6 Spitfires, 2 Hurricanes, 1 Lancaster, 1 Dakota, and 2 Chipmunks. May their history continue. They are a regular Royal Air Force unit. And they arrived at Coningsby in 1976, but 3 years prior to that, when PA474 arrived with the flight, that is in fact where they added memorial to the name Memorial to the flight. So they were the Battle of Britain flight. But that, then again, that said, they had a few different names before that. They were the Historic Aircraft Flight as well. So they've got quite a bit of history. And they formed at Biggin Hill as the Historic Aircraft Flight on the 11th of July 1957. It was 3 Spitfires, PM631, which is still in service. It is the longest serving of the BBMF's inventory, PM631. They also had PS853 and PS915. And then later arrived LF363, the Hurricane, which would be the second longest serving Spitfire. But they spent time at Horsham St Faithful, which is now Norwich Airport, Coltishall, which was their last move prior to coming to Coningsby. So pretty amazing, isn't it? Amazing history, and may the legacy continue. And of course, you have to appreciate they are a museum literally without walls and have having such historic aircraft, it does take a lot of work to make sure that they are airworthy and serviceable. Its anniversary, the 5th of March 1936, introduced after the Hurricane. The Hurricane went into service December of 37. Hurricane. The Spitfire was introduced on the 4th of August 1938. Began with the first Mark 1, the K9 789. Which entered service with 19 Squadron, of course, at RAF Duxford on the 4th of August 1938. And of course, the Spitfire goes hand in hand with amazing and notable pilots. So many of you may know, of course, Douglas Bader. Of course, pilots such as Johnny Johnson with 4 enemy aircraft. Bob Tuck as well. And Paddy Finucane. George Burling. Alan Deere. Many of you may know Al Deere due to the P7 350 having his one of his aircraft in that livery. Many notable pilots. Of course, the Spitfires were used by the Eagle squadrons as well. Which today operate from Seymour Johnson. The legacy lives on. I love that. Absolutely love that. I think that's well cool. Spitfire Mark 5B, single-seater, naturally, the length of 29 feet and 11 inches, 9.12 metres, wingspan more than the Typhoon. I know, when they say the little wings of the Spitfire, when the Typhoon flies with the Spitfire's actually got larger wings. Maybe not as big a surface area, but certainly larger wingspan at 11.23 metres, that's 36 feet and 10 inches. Empty weight at 5,065 pounds, got a max takeoff weight of 6,700, powered by, as we mentioned, the Rolls-Royce Merlin 45s V12 liquid cooled, which is about, I think is equivalent to what, a 27-litre engine, is it? And a max speed of 370 miles per hour. you down, runway 30. You can appreciate now that, look how narrow that landing gear is. I thought the F-15 was narrow, but look at this. So you can appreciate runway 30 a little bit. Give some love to runway 30. Always amazes me how they taxi, being so, with that angle of the nose look. Amazing, isn't it, how they can see. Nicely done. Yes! Yes, did you see that? I was waving like mad to get that. City of Winnipeg 402 Squadron, Royal Canadian Air Force. Look at that, beautiful. Past and present right there, look at that. Two beautiful fighters, two eras, decades apart. Both ready to scramble in their times, one present, one past. Amazing. Well, there we go, that finishes off nicely the show today in absolute legendary style. And thanks a lot to everyone who's joined us, and it was lovely because we managed to get 128,000 subscribers today, and what a day to do it. Done. Alan Q, thank you very much for the super chat as well. Just managed to get that. A guard march, Alan, thank you very much. And that, my friends, is mission complete. I hope you all enjoyed that. And what a great 48 hours it's been. It's been pretty pretty intense. I'm a bit tangled here. It's like I've been to the Red Arrows. They usually cause my wires to do that with their amazing displays, but a big thank you to all of you who have tuned in. What an amazing 48 hours it's been. We've had F-22s, A-10s, a Spitfire Mark 5B, and Typhoons. Not bad start, just 2 days in, and it's been brilliant, and it's been dry. Ladies, gents, teddy bears, I hope you all enjoyed it. My name's Nikos, I've been your cameraman, historian and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. A big shout out to the BBMF and of course RAF Coningsby as well, and all our members and viewers. Thank you so much, and I hope you've all enjoyed the last 48 hours because they've been pretty intense and amazing. So for the last time for today, it is see you soon, wish you well, see ya. Oh, thank you very much. Got an applause. Yay! Oh, God, getting applauded here. Wow, thank you. Thank you. Oh dear, right. Let's hit the button. Gonna have to be. I've never known wind like it. It's big. Oh yeah! Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel membership. I'm Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby. Just want to say a massive thank you to all our members. Guns up, and oh yeah! Take it away, Ted. Ladies, sheds and teddy bears, we want to say a massive thank you to all of our subscribers for getting us to where we are today. We have gone all over the country, from as far as Lossiemouth to Bryce Norton, and military areas such as air weapons ranges, low flying areas, heritage centres and special flights for TED 2. We cannot do this without your support, and your support will be rewarded. You can now join the Ted Coningsby Squadron and help fund the channel to get us around the country and provide us with the funds for equipment to bring you better content too. We have 3 levels of membership to suit everyone. With your membership, you'll get access to members only videos, photos, posts, unlock special Ted Coningsby YouTube emojis and loyalty badges, as well as being able to access our exclusive members only Discord server. All membership levels reward you with discounts to our online store. Our top level fighter squadron was inspired by many of our fans who supported the channel massively. This is more of a personal experience with me and Ted, giving you exclusive live streams and content from behind the scenes photos, special info and updates, as well as a free Ted Coningsby Fighter Squadron patch for joining. Whichever membership level suits you, we want to say a massive thank you for choosing to join the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Ah, yeah.